Yo! What is good? Philly Take Nation, Sixer Nation. What is good? Welcome on in to the Sixers Game Day Live Show. Back from the All-Star break. Back, re-energized, rejuvenated, ready to go in this final trek to the playoffs. 28 games left. Sixers started out back at home tonight. One goal in mind. 28 games with a chance to keep it going. Started off with some adversity tonight. We'll talk about that. But it's good to be back with the group. Got a good one coming up tonight. Sixers and Hawks at the Xfinity Mobile Arena. Let's go, man. Let's go, man. It's about that time. Hope everybody's doing well. Just keep it rocking and rolling, man. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, man. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, man. Oh, yeah. Welcome on in. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is, man. Got to dust off the switches a little bit. It's been a week. It's been a week, but we are back. Happy Thursday evening. Hope everybody had a great All-Star break. Hope everybody enjoyed the time away from this 76ers team. But now we are back, and we have to endure whatever is ahead of us for the last 28 games of the season. All right, man. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning. Wherever you're tapping in from, welcome back on into Philly Take with RB. It is the Sixers Game Day Live Show presented by our friends at National University. As always, we are powered by the Sleeper app. Today, we have the 30-24 Philadelphia 76ers taking on the 26-30 Atlanta Hawks. This is the #1 Sixers Game Day Live Show. We give you pregame, live game, post-game coverage. That includes our staple play-by-play and reactions and our analysis as it all goes down. We will read out your comments in real time. We'll take your phone calls after the game. Do me a favor, hit that thumbs up button on the way in. If you're just tuning in, if you're just getting back into the flow, into the swing of things, hit that thumbs up button. Help us get to 1,000 likes. Help us push this around to other people. Make sure you hit that sub button so you can hop in on the chat. And make sure you turn on notifications, really become a part of the family. Don't miss any videos, shorts, or live shows. We are dropping content every single day. Go follow us on all other platforms, IG, TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, and everything else. All of those links are available in one place on our link tree, which is down in the description. And we'll throw it in the live chat as well. Last but not least, shout out to our great channel members. We've had some of the members drop off, maybe people that got gifted memberships. If you want to become a member, if you want to support the show, also get your name highlighted, get your comment read out priority, get the loyalty badges, all that cool stuff and more, and also see less ads on YouTube. Go ahead and hit that join button or hit the link pinned in the live chat. Last but not least, man, shout out to our great members, the ones who go above and beyond to support us and support the show. I need you guys to help us get back in the algo, man, a little bit on the live show. You know, we haven't been live in a week, so we got to get back and get it going. So make sure y'all hit that thumbs up button. And with that being said, let's go ahead and kick it off, man. Sixers pregame live show here in the middle of February. How are we feeling, man? How are we feeling with 28 games to go? Well, I will be honest with you. Yesterday, as I was on the way back home, took some time away for the All-Star break. We'll talk about it a little bit tonight. Maxey and the game and the dunk contest and all that. Watched some bits and pieces. We will get into that, but I will say the most unfortunate thing was being back on the way home yesterday and seeing the news report. Joel Embiid will not play in tonight's game against the Atlanta Hawks. That was probably the most frustrating thing for me, honestly. Excited to see the Sixers come out post All-Star break, maybe go on a little win streak, get things going. And then we get the report that Joel is not playing. Keep in mind, he did not play the 2 games before the All-Star break, and the Sixers struggled mightily against the Portland Trail Blazers and against the New York Knicks. They are 1-5 without Embiid since the beginning of January. So he was playing a lot of games, right? And he was starting to look like himself, and he was doing his thing. And then we get the last 2 games before the break, and now this one, and who knows what's going to happen. They have a back-to-back this weekend. So am I feeling good about this team coming out of the break? No. I'm definitely not feeling good because, Joel Embiid was doing his thing, and now he's going to miss his 3rd straight game. Now, I will add, Nick Nurse did talk before tonight's game, and he said if this was a playoff game, the 76ers would be putting Joel Embiid out on the floor. Now, I thought that was a little bit odd in my personal opinion. Like, you're telling me if this was a playoff game, he'd be fine to go. But because it's not, I guess, an important game, that he's just going to sit out. My response to that would be the following. The 76ers need to start treating these games like they are playoff games. Because you're 6 games above 500. Like I said, you lost the last 2 before the break. You went in on a sour note. And if you keep losing a bunch of games, and if Joel's not playing, this team's probably going to drop in the standings. I mean, we've seen what it looks like without Joel Embiid. So anyway, it seems like Joel's going to be able to play this weekend, but Nurse said, the doctors didn't want him to play. They said he reported shin soreness during the All-Star break. But honestly, it happened before the break. That's why he wasn't playing. The Sixers don't really like to be that transparent with these reports. But nonetheless, I mean, the Sixers have to move forward how they can. I think that going into the All-Star break, Tyrese Maxey, was very gassed and his body was not holding up. And I think we saw that with VJ Edgecombe. He was very lethargic. So now you're going to be asking them to put more stress on their bodies as we go into this last part of the season. So no, I don't think it's a recipe for success. Now, during the All-Star break, you may have saw my quick reaction short while I was away. The Sixers signed Cameron Payne. They brought him back from overseas. I always liked Cam Payne a couple years ago on the Sixers. I thought he was a bucket getter, a confident shooter, guy who's just willing to play basketball. Obviously has his limitations. There's a reason that he was in the EuroLeague and not on an NBA team this year. But they go out and they get Cam Payne, which I think they desperately needed guard help. And then in addition to Cam Payne, they convert Jabari Walker to a standard contract. And they signed Tyrese Martin, who was formerly on the Brooklyn Nets. He's a PA native, lifelong Sixers fan, which is all nice and dandy. I've seen some people on social media, the little time I was on there, try to hype up this Tyrese Martin signing and this Cam Payne signing like, they just saved the day. No, I don't think that's the case. I think those guys can give you some minutes. They can crunch some of the minutes, but you know how I feel, man. I'm not going to dive back into that whole convo. They should have never traded Jared McCain. We know that, and they just got to move on and do what they do now. But what I will say about Joel Embiid is, according, and I watched this podcast with Drew Hanlon, everybody seems to be on the same page that if Joel does not feel 100% this year, he's not going to play. So it seems like they're just strictly load managing Joel to get to the postseason. They want him to be healthy in the playoffs. And if you can guarantee that Joel's going to be 1,000% in the playoffs and he's going to play great, then cool. I'm fine with that. But my issue is, number one, you have to make sure that you stay in the playoff race. And then number two, what if it flares up in the playoffs? So I think it's a risk either way. And I just think that they should have added more help for this team at the deadline. They did not do that. Now they're scrambling. And yeah, we just got to wait and see what happens, I guess. We got to see what happens. But anyway, that is where we are at. And on the flip side, well, actually, in terms of the Sixers, we might as well read out the injury report, right? We know Joel Embiid is out. Paul George still has, I think, 18 games left that he cannot play in. So he'll come back with 10 games left in the season. Marion Beauchamp and Janai Broom are in the G League. And Jonathan Kuminga is out for the Atlanta Hawks. So the Hawks, from the last time the Sixers played them a month and a half ago, have a very, very different roster. They are 26-30. I guess they're trying to win some games and sneak into the play-in like they usually do. Obviously, no Trae Young on this team anymore. He got traded to the Wizards. But they did get CJ McCollum back. They obviously are running with Jalen Johnson as their anchor, and Nickeil Alexander-Walker's having a great year. They acquired Jock Landale. Dyson Daniels has been on their team, obviously. But the big acquisitions were CJ McCollum. They get Jonathan Kuminga, who hasn't played yet. They get Corey Kispert. And they got Gabe Vincent and Buddy Hield. So they have a lot of new faces on this team, a lot of new guys along with the core that they've had. I think they're kind of sort of building the right way for the future. Are they going to win anything this year? Absolutely not. But I think the Atlanta Hawks are trying to take that next step. And there's been so much talk this past couple of weeks about tanking. Matter of fact, Adam Silver just put out a thing tonight that the NBA is now going to implement new anti-tanking rules. So I'm sure we'll talk about that tonight as well. I don't think the Hawks are tanking. I think they're trying to win. So in terms of tonight's game, I mean, this is a very capable Atlanta Hawks team. Like, they're not bad. They can still win a game. They can still put the ball in the hoop. They are 22nd in offensive rating. Sixers are 13th. But on the flip side, the Hawks are right behind the Sixers at 16 for defensive rating. So the Hawks have had their struggles offensively. And again, they got rid of Trae Young. And some of their guys aren't playing as many minutes. But, we've seen these guys cook the Sixers before, especially off the bench. We saw it right before the All-Star break. We saw Jose Alvarado go insane. We saw Tamani Kamara go insane. So they're going to need to guard these guys, CJ McCollum and whoever else plays for this team. So that's kind of my overall take on this game. Not too much to really get into with that. Andre Drummond is starting tonight. Adem Bona will come off the bench, so maybe Nick Nurse has finally woken up and realized that Bona can't play 35 minutes when Joel is out. So that is something that I'm going to be looking forward to seeing tonight. How can Drummond, play effectively? Because let's be honest, going into the All-Star break, that game against the New York Knicks a week ago, like, the team had already given up before it even started. So how much stock can we really put into that game? I don't know, but they had the doors blown off them by the New York Knicks, which was a very sour way to go into the break. But they got to win tonight, man. I mean, you can't mess around. You can't mess around and keep losing a bunch of games. And at least before the All-Star break for a couple weeks, we saw Maxey and VJ not really be able to carry the load as they're taxing their bodies with all these minutes. So that's really my main takeaway as we head into this game tonight. Not too much, but if the Sixers come out and if they play the way that they've played, let's say in their last 4 to 5 games, they're not going to win this game. Simple as that. I hope that they're well rested. I hope they're ready to go because they're going to need it tonight against this Atlanta Hawks team. Last thing I'll say, looking at the Hawks schedule here, looks like going into the All-Star break, they were on a bit of a sour note. They had lost 3 in a row. They've actually lost 5 out of their last 7 games. 76ers were on that win streak, 5-game win streak. Part of it was on the West Coast And then after that, they've lost 3 out of their last 4. So both of these teams are really looking for a rebound type of win. And we'll see what happens, man. But give me your thoughts in the chat. We're going to get to our predictions on the other side. Once again, Sixers Game Day live show presented by National University. Do me a favor, ladies and gentlemen. We got 100 people in the chat. Go down below. Hit that thumbs up button. Like the show. Subscribe to the show. We have a lot of good content coming up the rest of the season. And we will continue to evolve, man. Shout out to y'all. Thanks to everybody that tuned into the content during the All-Star break, even though I was away. Still dropped a video about the rest of the season. We dropped some shorts and all that good stuff. So let me know your thoughts in the chat, and we'll get to our predictions on the other side. But first, got to give a shout out to our great partners of the show over at Sleeper. Ladies and gentlemen, right now on Sleeper, you can get a free $20 entry. You can also go over, download, sign up, use our code PhillyTake, get a 100% deposit match up to $100 over on Sleeper. I use Sleeper for fantasy football. I use it for pretty much all my sports needs, get a lot of alerts in real times, score updates, news, all that. But the best part is Sleeper picks. You choose anywhere from 2 to 8 of your favorite players, pregame, live game, or across different sports. All you have to do is pick more or less than the predicted stats, the overs or the unders. You can make these entries in 30 seconds or less with a $1 minimum. It is that easy. Go to Sleeper, download, and get up to 1,000 times your payout if your picks win. Once again, use our code PhillyTake, get a $100 match on your first deposit over on Sleeper. Terms and conditions apply. See Sleeper's terms of use for details. Operational in over 25 states. Check out Sleeper today. All right, let's go ahead and make our picks for tonight's game over on the Sleeper app. So we are on the Sixers and Hawks tab over here. And I think Tyrese Maxey coming off his second All-Star appearance, his first All-Star start. And I will give my thoughts on the All-Star game in a little while. I think Maxey's probably rejuvenated a little bit from the last few days. So I actually like Maxey on the over points here. May not be the most efficient game, right? Dyson Daniels is tough to score on. But I do think Maxey's going to be fired up a bit and kind of want to, in a way, prove, that he can still lead this team even without Embiid on the floor. And he said it before the break, we all need rest. We need to get our mojo back a little bit. So I think he's going to have that tonight. I think this could be a good VJ game as well. I'm going to take VJ over on the threes. I think the Sixers will need to rebound the ball effectively tonight. I'm thinking about going with Andre Drummond here. Let's see how many boards he's at tonight. I only see Bona, no Drummond. So you know what? We'll take Barlow. Why not? And last but not least, we will take Jalen Johnson on the under points. And yeah, hopefully the Sixers can play some good defense because, boy, going into the All-Star break, they did not play any good defense at all. They were getting absolutely torched by some of these smaller guards. Their communication was off, just all of it. So they need to really wake up and figure this thing out. Anyway, there's our picks. Easy as that. Once again, use our promo code PhillyTake. Get a 100% match up to $100 over on the Sleeper app. Use our code PhillyTake. We will get back to this around halftime. Appreciate them for partnering with the show. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is, man. It is time for our final score predictions. Do me a favor in the chat right now. I want you to drop your final score prediction. I want to know who's going to get the W tonight. Who will be your leading scorer prediction? And how many points will they have? Ladies and gentlemen, drop your predictions in the chat right now. Final score prediction. Who gets the W tonight? Who will be the leading scorer? And how many points will they have? That is the question. Let me know in the chat. Welcome in. Thanks for being here. We got to wake up the neighbors tonight. They've had it way too easy for the past week. So we got to get it done, man. You know what we have to do. Best community in the world, man. Appreciate y'all. Glad everybody is back and doing well. Let's see what we got. I'm going to go ahead and drop some links here in the chat. Give me those final predictions, man. Give me those final predictions. Right now, they have the Sixers as a very slight favorite on the odds. I don't know, man. I think this is going to be a really tough game without Joel Embiid. I do. I think the way that we've seen this team play lately without Joel Embiid has not been good at all. It has not been good whatsoever. But for some reason, once again, here goes my heart trying to infiltrate. I think it's going to be a cardiac game. I think the 76ers are going to come out with a little bit of, let's just say a little bit of spice. And I'll say intrigued to see what some of the new faces do off the bench. And if they play. Nick Nurse said we may see Cameron Payne tonight. Maybe not. Tyrese Martin, maybe not. But it's going to come down to a couple main things. And they are the things I talked about all season long. Talked about them on my video going into the All-Star break. And I'm going to say them again, man. They have to survive the third quarter. And they have to play good on-ball defense. Simple as that. So, honestly, man, I could see this being a toss-up going either way. I'm going to say the Sixers get the W, 113-111. I'm going to say Tyrese Maxey puts on a show and leads the game with 36 points without Joel Embiid. So I'm going to say Maxey 36. Sixers get a W. Might be a little bit ugly. 113-111. That is my final prediction. Drop yours in the chat. Drop yours in the chat. Pure Philly Payne, what's going on, man? He says Philly wins 114-107, leading scorer Maxey with 28. V says 121-113 win. Michael says 125-124 Sixers. Ryan Campbell says Maxey with 36. Dom Boyle, what's good, bro? Welcome in. He says 114-112 cardiac W. Maxey with 34. Man, Dom and I were pretty close, man. Kind of knows me by now. Jay says 119-92 Hawks. John Monroe, what's good, man? He says Sixers 111-109. Maxey with 35. Terry Johnson with 19 off the bench. That is a hot take. Shout out to the ones that know. Shout out to the real ones, man. Terry Johnson. Campaign is definitely a character, man. Campaign is definitely a character. Shout out to Terry Johnson. Let's see. Michael says 114-110 Hawks. Ryan Campbell says 36-2. Pure Philly says good take, RB. I want a dub for tonight. Bookbag says 106-98 Sixers. Allen says 118-110. Let's go Sixers. Let's see. We got Marsha McCollum in the house. We got Allen in the house. Says VJ Max. Julius says Sixers 109-99. VJ with 22. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is. Sixers Game Day Live. We're warming back up after the All-Star break. 28 games to go. Three games in the next 4 days, actually. We have a back-to-back this weekend, but we'll be here for all of it. We'll break it all down. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is, man. Drop the beat. Let's go, man. Sixer Game Day Live with your boy RB and the community. Let's go! Yeah! Let's go, man. Let's go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome back on in Sixers Game Day Live show at the Xfinity Mobile Arena. Tonight it is Tyrese Maxey and the 76ers taking on the Atlanta Hawks. I am RB. This is the Sixers Game Day Live show presented by National University. We do it every single game. We give you 4.5 hours of condensed coverage. Pregame, live game, postgame. We read out your comments. We highlight everything. We take your calls after the game. This is the number one way to stay involved with the games and the community. And overall, man, just to be a part of a good community, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Couple housekeeping rules. Number one, please no spamming in the chat. Please do not spoil the game for other people. If you're watching the game as well, please time it up with my stream. We are still working on our live scoreboard custom-wise. So, yeah, man. Make sure y'all keep it cool in the chat. See how this game goes tonight. Obviously, Sixers trying to bounce back after a couple tough games. But I think the week off will help them. I hope it helped you. It surely helped me to get away for a little bit. But unfortunately, we started off with the same drama again, as Joel Embiid will not be in tonight. No Joel Embiid. No Joel Embiid tonight. He is out with right shin soreness, so it'll be Tyrese Maxey who has to take a hold of it. So we'll see, man. Cool J says, damn you, YouTube, for giving me the noti last minute. Listen, man, when you're not live for a while, right? Like we haven't been live in a week. The algorithm gets messed up a little bit. The noties get messed up. This is why I need y'all to hit the thumbs up button. 200 people in the chat. We should be at 200 likes right now. Let's go, man. Let's go. Do me a favor, hit that thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the channel members. If you want to support the show, hit that join button or hit that link pinned in the chat. Mods, you know what to do. Do your thing. Drop those links throughout the show. And we'll get it rocking and rolling. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's what I want you to do. I got to step away for like 60 seconds. I'll be right back. And I want to talk about the All-Star game real quick. But I want your thoughts in the chat on a scale from 1 to 10. 10 being the best, 1 being the worst. What rating would you give the All-Star weekend overall? All events considered, everything combined into one. What grade on a scale from 1 to 10 would you give the All-Star weekend? I'm going to talk about that in 60 seconds when I get back. Don't go anywhere. All right, we are back here on the Sixers Game Day live show. The question of the chat is, on a scale from 1 to 10, 10 being the best, 1 being the worst, what grade would you give the NBA All-Star Weekend? First off, we have a $2 super chat from Dom Boyle87. He says, hit that like button, people. Let's go. Dom, what's going on, man? What's going on, man? Appreciate you, my guy. Welcome back in. Thanks for being here. So I'll be honest, man, I didn't watch a lot of the All-Star stuff. I mean, I watched the replay and the highlights and stuff, but from what I heard from other people, they said the dunk contest was the worst ever. They said the NBA All-Star format made it intriguing and kind of saved the day, if you will. And I don't even know if they still do the skills challenge or not. I mean, that's boring anyway. And the celebrity three-point shootout or whatever it is, yeah, I didn't really see much on that. My take on the All-Star game is that it is what it is, you know. I heard the players played a little bit harder. I mean, I watched some of it back, like, you know, it looked fine, but what is it, like 4 different games? I don't know. My opinion is that it can only be, there's a limit to it, right? Like, it can only be what it is. At the end of the day, there's a lot of money involved. The players don't want to get injured. So it is what it is, you know? If it was up to me, I would give all those players a rest. I think they deserve a rest for being an all-star. I would invite them to some nice dinner and then give them a week to rest. But that's just me. The other thing I want to say is today there was an update from the NBA, and I want to read you the wording so I don't get it wrong. Here was the official report earlier today, maybe an hour ago. According to Adam Silver, the NBA has informed the 30 general managers of the NBA that they plan to make, quote, anti-tanking rule changes for next season. Stakeholders have intensified dialogue about combating tanking. There was also some rumors over the weekend about how sports betting is affecting tanking, like a bunch of stuff. Here's my takeaway on the tanking thing, because a lot of people are still blaming the 76ers somehow. One, that the Sixers didn't get punished enough back then, which is ridiculous. They had their GM canned, and they were given another GM who made a burner account and talked about Joel Embiid and others. But on top of that, people are saying, yeah, well, look at the Sixers. They got rewarded with VJ Edgecombe last year. Here's the thing, though. The tanking rules worked, ladies and gentlemen. Remember last year when we were watching the tankathon meter every game? Because that's all we could do. Remember that? The Washington Wizards, the Utah Jazz, all these teams, they were outside of the top 3 and 4. Brooklyn Nets, they had the worst records. They did not get the top picks. So the tanking rules that are in place now actually work in terms of not giving those teams the top picks. The question is, how do you stop tanking in general? How do you stop, you know, half of the NBA that realizes they're not going to win the championship from tanking in January through the rest of the season? And here's the real answer to it, even though they really can't do anything about it. It's the CBA and the restrictions. And then on top of that, you have half of the league's owners, like the Sixers owner, who wants to duck the luxury tax, who does not want to pay extra money. So they make a business decision to trade away players that they might need or not pay a guy that they might need so that they don't have to pay tax. That's the real issue. Don't we see that, man? So I hear Adam Silver, and they don't want to have teams tanking, right? But there's nothing you can do. Because if I'm a team that stinks, the only way to get better, especially in a small market, is to land a crazy player in the draft. So anyway, man, that's my take on it. I don't think they're going to find a real resolution, even though they might try. We'll see what happens. Starting lineups tonight for the Hawks: Nickeil Alexander-Walker, Dyson Daniels, Jalen Johnson, Zachary Rizachet, Onyeka Okongwu. For the Sixers, it'll be Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, Kelly Oubre, Dominic Barlow, and Andre Drummond. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we got 240 people in the chat right now. Do me a favor. Hit the thumbs up button. Subscribe to the channel. It is the Sixers Game Day Live Show here on Philly Take with RB, presented by National University, powered by the Sleeper app. And it is good to be back with all of you as we enter the final stretch of the season. Can you believe it? 28 games left. 28 games to go. See how it plays out for the 76ers. And it all starts tonight without Joel Embiid. Can the Sixers hold up without him? Once again, we will read out comments in the chat. As I said before the All-Star break, we will definitely be a little more selective. If you guys weren't here in that last game, there was a lot of trolls in here, a lot of people that, you know, the Sixers aren't well liked by a lot of other people because they, you know, Philly fans are the best in the world and they can't stand it. So, you know, definitely want to show some more love to my channel members and all those people that really do take the time to support this show and this channel. So I appreciate y'all. We are off here at the Xfinity Mobile Arena. Here's Tyrese Maxey, first play, downhill drive, scoops up and in. Fresh surge from Tyrese Maxey, looking crisp here to begin. Sixers rocking the blue unis tonight. Hawks are rocking the red unis. Here is Jalen Johnson. And we have a foul, I think. Did somebody just get a technical foul? Free throw going to be good for Alexander Walker. Did we just get a tech? I think somebody got a technical foul. I'm not sure. Here's Dyson Daniels going to drive, spin, go to the hole, up, and missed it. Sixers have it. Here comes VJ Edgecombe. Crossover, drive, and spin. He is getting harassed, and it is stolen away by Zachary Rizachet. Now he's on the ground. VJ wrapped up by Rizachet. So the Hawks coming out aggressive. Philly for Life member for 54 months. What up, RB? Pray all is well. Glad to be back. Philly for Life $2 Super Chat says, back to my regular hours, rough last month. Philly for Life, what's up, brother? What's up, man? Appreciate you being here. Here's a jump ball, and the Hawks are going to win it. Here they come. Nickeil Alexander-Walker finds Jalen Johnson. Johnson had that monster game against the Sixers earlier this year. It's really emerged for Atlanta, and Dyson Daniels drives baseline, throws it down, and the Hawks take the lead. Here's Kelly Oubre to VJ. VJ going to find Barlow. Wasn't ready for it. Picks it up. Barlow against his former team. VJ crossover, drive, and spin. Trying to create space. VJ step back. Got the bounce. Attaboy, VJ. Here's Alexander Walker. Going to find Johnson. Wide open for three. Can't get it to sink. Drummond the rebound. Drummond looking to be in maybe some good shape here. Everybody looks a little more fresh as we come out of the All-Star break here. VJ going to drive, float it up. He's fouled and one. Drop the ones in the chat. Yes, sir. Let's go, man. Philly for Life, thanks for being a member for 54 months. I appreciate you, man. Shout out to all the members. Y'all are the best. I want to show love to the members, man. 270 people in the chat. We need 8 more likes. Get us to 100, man. We got to wake up the neighbors. They've been sleeping good for too long. Here's Dyson Daniels at the wing. After the free throw from VJ was good, it's a three-point play. Here is Jalen Johnson. Here's Okongwu cutting into the rim, goes up, missed the easy touch. Bad miss by Atlanta. Here come the 76ers. Maxey crossover, step back. Maxey one-on-one. Looking explosive. He turns, drives his shoulder in, and he's blocked. Blocked by Riza. Up the floor, Alexander Walker lays it up and in. So coast to coast, easy one for Alexander Walker, who, by the way, is having a great season. He was signed from Minnesota. He's averaging 20 points per game. 23-3 for Alexander Walker. Maxey, pull up three. Can't get it to go from the top of the arc. Here they come. Jalen Johnson steps through, goes up against Drummond. Can't get it to fall. Drummond grabs the board. Nice job by Andre Drummond, getting the start tonight for the second consecutive game. He started that last game against New York, even though that was a 40-point blowout. Now Atlanta's going to get whistled. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. We got Dom Boyle in here. Estelle, what's up? V, Pure Philly, Alan. Hope y'all are doing well. Hope everybody had a good All-Star break. Hawks steal it away again. Alexander Walker goes the distance, and he's fouled by VJ Edgecombe. So VJ going to pick one up. Sixers lead it by 2. How do we feel, man? How do we feel going into these last 28 games? Like I said, it was good to take a little bit of a break from this team. I think we all needed it, especially given that most of the games this year have been cardiac down to the wire. I'm sure tonight will probably be another one. First one is missed by Alexander Walker. But the other thing, man, is that coming back from the All-Star break, you're thinking, okay, we can get a new surge of energy, guys will be well rested, and then Joel Embiid can't play tonight. Are we concerned about Joel Embiid? Are we concerned about Joe or nah? Second free throw was good. It's 1 of 2 at the line. Barlow at the top. He turns. He finds VJ. VJ guarded by Alexander Walker. VJ with the left hand through the legs. Crossover. VJ pull up 3 and knocks it down. Big shot by VJ. Dyson Daniels in the lane, had it poked away, gets it back, throws it to Johnson, and it dribbles away out of bounds. Great defense by the 76ers. Dave Jones, what's going on, my man? Dom says, I feel like we're a vulnerable team. It's a good observation. BJ going to step back for 3. Too much on it. Hawks get the board. Hawks up the floor. And there goes Johnson all the way. It's 10-8. I'll talk about my thoughts on the team here in the next minute or two once we get a stoppage, but I want to hear what you guys think. How confident are you in this Sixers team right now? Scale 1 to 10. 10 being the most confident. EJ drives the lane down to Drummond. Drummond back to Oubre. Oubre gonna dribble, drive all the way, lays it up, and in. Kelly! Alexander Walker kicks it out to the corner. 3-ball. Riza way off. Sixers have it. Maxey up the floor. Here's VJ Edgecombe. Maxey guarded by Johnson. He dribbles left to right. Maxey downhill. Goes all the way. Draws contact. No whistle. And he overshot the rim. Here come the Atlanta Hawks. Up the floor. 2-on-1. Johnson all the way. He's fouled by Kelly Oubre. Fouled by Kelly. Dom says, I'd like to know where RB Lake was beautiful. Yeah, I was in NC, like someone said in the chat. It was a nice little getaway for sure. Definitely needed it at the break. Like I said, I was kind of tapped in. I mean, we still had a lot of content dropping as well. That's why I encourage you guys to go follow us on all our socials. Mods, drop the link tree in the chat. Also in the chat, drop those yes sirs. We got 100 likes. Let's go. Been missing that one. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I missed that one, man. Like I said, man, news drops, though. I'm on it. Your boy's out there recording shorts in front of a lake. Trying to be the first one to get the news out. You know what I mean? The grind never stops, man. But no, it was definitely some good time away. Enjoyed it. I feel a little bit more clear, mentally with this team as we head into the last part of the season. And also, like I said, we're going to be streaming a lot of playoff games. Even if the Sixers don't make it or they get bounced early, we have a lot of playoff shows to do. It's going to be a lot of fun. Make sure you're tapped in everywhere. Here's how I feel about the 76ers, man. I think the trade deadline was a massive failure. And going back to what I just talked about 5 minutes ago with the tanking thing, it's just a business thing at the end of the day. And how do I feel about the Sixers? I like Campaign. I like Tyrese Martin and, whoever else. But do I think the Sixers added enough to what they need right now? No. And look, I don't want y'all to take this the wrong way. Joel, I love you, man, and I'm very happy for Joel, and I do think he should pace himself for the postseason. I just don't know if the Sixers can win a handful of games right now without Joel Embiid, and especially with Paul George being out for 18 games still. If the Sixers don't get Joel back on the floor regularly like he was in the month of January, this team's going to be in big trouble. And I'm not wishing that to happen, of course not. But I think Joshua Harris needs a wake-up call. There was a whole Twitter debate going on over the weekend. I didn't see a lot of it. But somebody sent it to me. Apparently that there's someone trying to organize a sell the team movement at one of the games. I don't know. But the only way things are going to change is if someone sees that people are frustrated, right? And I know we all want this team to win. So do I. We all do. But what they did at the trade deadline was a massive failure. And unfortunately, now they're going to have to put more, wear and tear on Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edgecombe. And then, you have games like this. They still have 6 back-to-backs. They have one this weekend. Saturday and Sunday will be here. Joel Embiid's not going to play a back-to-back, right? So it's just, there's going to be more games where there's just a lot of pressure on Maxey and VJ. And I wish that they would have, upgraded the team to make us feel like, okay, they're really trying to make a push, especially when Joel Embiid asked you to do it. Again, I don't want to sound like a broken record and go down the same thing that I've said a million times now, but it's frustrating, man. Let me ask you guys this, and this is the last thing I'll ask. Do you think the Sixers can actually make a run in the Eastern Conference in the playoffs? Right now, I'm leaning towards the side of no. Unless everybody just comes together magically and Paul George comes back after the suspension and looks like a great third option and Joel Embiid is 100% healthy. I mean, there's just a lot of ifs, Maxey off the offensive rebound from Drummond, misses the 3. Barlow couldn't grab the board. Here come the Atlanta Hawks. Here's McCollum, going to find Dyson Daniels. Drives down the lane, goes up through traffic. He lost it. VJ picks it up. Here come the 76ers. Here's VJ working against Daniels. VJ going to find Oubre. 10 on the shot clock. Kelly driving downhill. Kelly into the paint, goes up, had it poked away, and he was fouled. Or maybe they didn't call a whistle. Kelly's yelling. I don't know if they blew the whistle or not. Maybe they didn't call a whistle. So they did not call a foul, apparently, even though Kelly Oubre got slapped on the wrist. All right, so it's going to be Atlanta basketball, even though it was a clear foul. Easy miss. Here's Johnson crossing over, drives into the paint, kicks it cross court, stolen away by Kelly. Ball doesn't lie. Kelly up the floor, pushing the pace. Euro step all the way, floats it up, rolls around, and fell off the rim. Here come the Atlanta Hawks. CJ McCollum, who played well against the Sixers earlier this year with the Wizards. Here's Dyson Daniels to McCollum. McCollum downhill, drives out to the corner. Okongwu, pump fake, turn, spin, drive, one bouncer. There's Daniels. Dumps it to Johnson, and he was fouled by Oubre. So a very eventful 30 seconds there. Now, once again, the Sixers played the Atlanta Hawks back on December 14th. They lost that game. It was the first game with Joel, PG, and Maxey together. They also played them back on November 30th. That was a double overtime game. That was a very, very frustrating game. If I remember correctly, the Hawks were down like 7 players in that game. And, Jalen Johnson had 41 that night. Actually, no, I'm sorry. That double overtime game was the first game that Maxey, Embiid, and PG all played together. And the Hawks were down a bunch of players, and the Hawks still won in double overtime. VJ pops a 3. That one is short. Hawks pick it up. Second game, the Hawks beat them 120-17. And there goes Jalen Johnson right again, en route to the basket. Now we just got a technical on Quinn Snyder. I still don't know who the first technical was on. But yeah, so the Sixers are 0-2 against the Hawks this year. They've kind of been kryptonite. And now they have a pretty much completely different team. Now they have, CJ McCollum and Gabe Vincent and Buddy Hield and Jonathan Kuminga and all these guys. So very interesting for Atlanta for sure. Guess Johnson wanted the foul maybe, and Quinn Snyder was sticking up for him. $2 super chat. Vincent Bird says, sad Maxey shot is still MIA. It's going to be a long night. Maxey 1 for 5 to start this game. So yeah, man. We'll see how it plays out tonight. We'll see how it plays out for Maxey tonight. I'm not ready to declare that his shot is MIA after 7 minutes, but we'll see how he progresses throughout the game. Here's Quentin Grimes up to Maxey. Maxey working against Daniels, kicks out to Barlow. Barlow, I guess he was blocked in the corner. It was a long 2. He didn't even get it off. Daniels going coast to coast, lays it high, up and in off the bank. And then the Sixers turn it back over. Just a sloppy play. Luckily, they get it back on the steal away from McCollum. Grimes downhill, kicks it out. Maxey on the move for 3. Missed it again. Grimes over to Drummond. Drummond in the corner finds Barlow. Another tight window pass. Here's Barlow turning, spinning, driving. Missed it by a lot. The Sixers look terrible right now. Here go the Hawks. Daniels misses the up and under. I mean, this is a sloppy game right now, man. Grimes downhill goes up, and he is fouled. This game is making my eyes bleed right now, man. I'm like, what the heck is going on? It's pretty unfortunate that the two $50 million players aren't on the floor, though. Four minutes to go here in the first quarter, and the second free throw will be good for Quentin Grimes. He goes 1 of 2 at the stripe. It is 15-14. Here's McCollum around a screen. Drive, steps back. Jock Landale in for the first time. Alexander Walker a 3, no good. Bona can't box out. And they're going to get Bona on a foul. Corey Kispert in for the first time for Atlanta. Nice 3-and-D wing, formerly of the Wizards. He was involved in the Trae Young trade as well. Hawks did not get a pick back in that trade, but they did get Corey Kispert and CJ McCollum. Jalen Johnson turning, scanning, finds the cutting Kispert, goes up, blocked by Adem Bona, but it is out of bounds. Going to stay with Atlanta. 7 on the shot clock. Guys, we got 360 people in the chat right now. Hit the thumbs up button. Get us to 200 likes. Thank you so much for being here, man. We got trivia coming up at the end of the first quarter. McCollum turns, spins, puts it up. He was fouled, but it's on the floor. They're going to say before the shot. This is a very ugly basketball game so far, I'll tell you that. Good way to kind of warm us back into the season, man. Hope you all had a nice all-star break. Took some time away from this Sixers team. Thought Maxey did okay in the all-star game. Had a nice final game. 3-point shootout, obviously didn't win. I mean, Damian Lillard won the 3-point shootout, which was like, wow, how did that happen? But yeah, man, like I said, All-Star Weekend is what it is at this point. McCollum going to knock down at the line 17-14 now, as we have 3.5 minutes left in the first quarter. Maxey coming around 2, dribbles, drives to the rim, goes up, missed it. Bona picks it up, and then he steps out of bounds. So it is going the other way. Wonder if we're going to see any of the new 76ers in this game, a.k.a. Campaign, Tyrese Martin, or, I guess just those two. They converted Jabari Walker to a standard as well, 2-year contract, as Landale's going to pop a 3 and knock it down. Hawks lead it by 6. Here's Trendon Watford, who was starting to gain some steam before the All-Star break, turns, puts it up and in. Good on his first shot. Still don't know about this lineup, though, man. Walker, Watford, and Bona all in together? I don't know. Johnson drives, lays up with the left, and missed it. Here's Trendon Watford coming down the floor. Finds a cutting Maxey, goes up against 2, lays it up, and he is fouled. So Tyrese Maxey now going to the line for 2. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, I just feel like this is going to be the product until Joel Embiid can play. Feels like they haven't freaking, feels like they haven't played in like a year. Honestly. 400 people in the chat. Do me a favor. Hit that thumbs up button. Let's go, chat. Hit that thumbs up button. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome in Sixers Game Day Live Show presented by National University. Get us to 400 likes. We do this every single game, man. Make sure to follow us on all of our socials. Let me go ahead and put some of these links in the chat. We'll put our link tree in here. That way you can follow us everywhere. Busy B says, grab the ball, stop tapping it. Cool J says, truth, Busy, we cannot rebound. Mr. Scum, what's up, bro? He says, that is the sad reality, RB. Rizzy says, what are we doing? I forgot Dame was in the NBA. That's because he's been injured all year. Why do you have no hype? This stream is bad vibes. Well, don't be here then, man. Simple as that. There's nothing to be excited about. Team's playing like crap so far, man. What do you want me to get hype about, bro? Team can't hit a shot right now. They look like they haven't played in a year and a half. Like I said, guys, I tell the truth. I give the analysis of the game, whether it's good or bad. That's what I do, man. They have to give us something to be hype about if we want to get hype. Mikey says, we lost all the hype with J-Mac. Yeah, I mean, it just stings, man. It really does. Really does. Question is, how deep are they going to go into the bench? Will we see some of the new faces or not? I like Campaign. I like Martin, but I still don't think they should have traded Jared McCain away. So I think the Atlanta Hawks challenged that Maxey may have extended his arm out as a foul. I think that's what happened, and it was unsuccessful, if I'm not mistaken. V says it's the first game back, let them come back into it. Yeah, but before the break, they got obliterated by 30 to 40 points in 2 straight games. Just being honest here, man. I mean, it's very frustrating right now. They need Joel back on the floor ASAP. But again, man, hopefully they can get it back together. I don't know why they challenged that. That was very odd, especially in the first quarter. But I believe the Hawks will not have a challenge now, as long as that wasn't like some review or anything. Maxey knocked the first one down at the line. Busy B says, why would he challenge that? Yeah, I don't know. Maxey going to knock down a pair. 2-point game. Here come the Atlanta Hawks. 2.5 to play here in the first. Would love a Terry Johnson 10 points off the bench. I like how everybody calls him Terry Johnson. Here's a 3-ball from Walker. That one's left short. Bona, nice box out. Grimes has it. Let's go. We need a Quentin Grimes heater, man. It's been way too long.
Let's go.
It's been way too long. Here's Grimes, guarded by Mohamed Gay, in for the first time. Maxey, guarded by Alexander Walker, turns and spins off the screen, drives downhill, goes up, blocked by Landale. Bona gets the board and lays it back up and in. All tied at 20. McCollum quickly up the floor. Can't get it off the back iron, but Landale with the rebound. Landale in the post against Grimes, kicks it out. Kispert for 3. That one's short. Landale trying to put it back, and he's fouled by Grimes. To be honest, man, the Atlanta Hawks kind of went like half in, half out at the deadline. Like I said, they got Kuminga, Buddy Hield, they got Landale, McCollum, but then again, they trade away Trae Young. So I don't know. Hawks are an interesting team for me. They're 4 games under 500. $5 super chat, Philly for life. What's up, brother? He says, yeah, trading McGrane was a fireable offense. One of the worst decisions I've seen this franchise make in a long time. Then replace him with campaign. Philly, I don't know how long it's been since you've been here, man. But yeah, I'm kind of just tired of saying it at this point, how bad it was, man. Maxey for 3. Cha-ching! It's very unfortunate, Philly, that they trade away a guy for financial purposes and then try to lie about it, you know? It's very unfortunate. And McCollum is fouled. Maxey can't believe it. But yeah, man, I think taking away a guy that people like in the locker room and also a young 20-year-old that you just drafted, it just takes some of the juice out of it, you know? Takes some of the excitement away. Even though he was not playing that well this year, it's like, again, for me, it was never about just trading McCain. It was the fact that you didn't upgrade the team. You did not add anything else. You just subtracted one guy, and that was it. And then replaced him with a guy that's been playing in the Euro League this year. So I don't know, man. It's very frustrating because, again, the Eastern Conference does feel wide open. It feels like there's an opportunity here to really make a push. And the Sixers, while every other team got better, did nothing. So, anyway, man, that's how I feel, Philly, and it is frustrating. First one missed at the line for Mohamed Gay. 1:18 to go here in the first. Ladies and gentlemen, hit that thumbs up. Thanks for being here, man. Glad to be back in the swing of it with all of you. Best community in the world. I appreciate all of you so much. Whether we all agree, disagree, the beauty of it is we get to watch every game together and have fun. Hawks missed the second free throw, but they get the rebound. That's been a very big point of emphasis recently. Bona with a nice block at the rim. Second of the game. So Bona up to 2 blocks here in the first. Here's Maxey getting double teamed again off the ball. Maxey finds Walker. Walker has nowhere to go. Here's Trendon Watford. 7 on the shot clock.
Yes,
Watford at the top. Watford going to dribble, drive into the paint, goes up, missed it. Bona couldn't put it back. Hawks have it. Here they come. 40 seconds to go in the first, and another foul by the Sixers. Come on, man. How many free throws in the first quarter? $2 super chat from Vincent Bird. Thank you, my man. He says, this may go into overtime for sure. I can feel it. Well, it would not surprise me, man. The Hawks have had the Sixers number this year. One game went into overtime. The other one almost went into overtime. So, honestly, it would not surprise me, Vincent. It would not surprise me. $10 super chat, Philly for life. What's up, brother? My guy. Second one is good for the Hawks at the line. It's been like a month, RB. Hours changed at work. It was all bad, bro. Young guys for an aging vet beyond asinine, RB. We did nothing as usual Sixers fashion besides duck the tax. Maxey crossover, step back, a deep 2 foot on the line. Can't get it. Yeah, you're right, Philly. So all they did was duck the tax, and then Morey came out and tried to, unfortunately, lie about it to save face, saying that they had another move lined up. They were trying things. No, they didn't. They ducked the tax, and it's funny. They could have just traded someone like Drummond, but then they traded McCain because of the salary thing, because Paul George got suspended. It's like a whole thing. It's crazy. Alexander Walker for 3, and it's money. 3.6 to go here in the first. VJ Edgecombe brings it up the floor in traffic, throws it up. Got it at the buzzer. What a shot by VJ Edgecombe. Yes, sir. Wow. VJ Edgecombe, man. At the buzzer. Shout out to VJ, man. Wow. Now, that was probably the best thing in the whole night so far. That was probably the best one on the whole night. $2 super chat. Vincent Bird says, it baffles me how bad Adem is at defensive rebounding. Come on. Yeah, he's dropped a few right in the hands. He does have a couple blocks, but, you know, Bona's got to work on that offensive game and defensive game, rebounding-wise, for sure. All right, man. It is the end of the first quarter. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is. Time for our favorite segment, Sixers Scholars Trivia. And it is presented by National University. You know the deal. I'm going to say the question first, so make sure your screen is on live. You know, tap the screen, make sure you're on live so you don't miss it. And then we will put the question in the live chat after. We will say the question first, then we'll put it in the chat. First person to get it right is going to hear that sound. And whoever gets the most right at the end of the season wins a big prize. We're going to have a couple games the rest of the way where we might do like 2-point questions or 3-point questions. So don't worry. Even if you're down, you have a chance to get back in it. We might even do a trivia week. Stay tuned for that. But all right, Sixers Scholars Trivia question presented by National University. Here we go. Without going over, and again, only one guess is permitted. Otherwise, you're banned from trivia. The question is, what is Joel Embiid's longest career streak of 30-point-plus consecutive games? What is Joel Embiid's longest career streak of consecutive 30-point games? Here's a hint. He did it a couple years ago during that insane run he was on before he got injured. How many consecutive games did Joel Embiid have 30-plus point games? It was a franchise record. Give you guys 30 to 40 seconds to answer that one. What is the most consecutive games of 30-plus points for Joel Embiid? We're going to check who got it right at the next stoppage, but we just started the second quarter. And the Hawks lead it by 2 after a VJ Edgecombe buzzer beater. Here's Landale for 3. He missed it. VJ goes up, grabs the board. Nice job by VJ. Grimes dumps it off to Edgecombe, coming around a screen. Bona rolling downhill. Edgecombe floats it up, missed it. Bona trying to get the board. Threw it off of VJ's shoulder. Actually, they're going to say it was off Landale's shoulder. So a nice save by Bona. All right, let's go to the chat, man. The Sixer Scholars Trivia question presented by National University. What is the most consecutive 30-plus point games for Joel Embiid as Grimes knocks down a three from the corner? Here's McCollum at the top, guarded by Cameron Payne in for the first time. There he is. Cam Payne has entered the ballgame, back in Sixers blue. Most recently with the New York Knicks last season. Played pretty well at the beginning, then he got played out of the rotation. Sixers get called for a foul. Ladies and gentlemen, the most consecutive 30-plus point games for Joel Embiid is 22. And that was a span from November of 23 to January of 24. Think about that. A month and a half, 2 months of 30-plus point games. The correct answer goes to VDant in the chat. First to get it right, VDant. Congratulations. And thank you all for playing Sixer Scholars Trivia as McCollum knocks down a mid-range. Watford up top to Campaign. Payne at the logo now. Let's see what he can do. Give me a bucket, Campaign. Payne to the side. He pops a three. Left it short. Bona picks it up, goes up, and he's fouled. VDant said 22. He was the first to get it. Congratulations. Let's see if you... Have you won? I think VDant did win one question this year. Yeah, you had 1 point, so now you got 2. Congratulations, VDant, in the chat. 22 games in a row of 30-plus is insane, man. I'm going to tell you guys the leaderboard here as well in a second. All right, let me update my winner tracker here. And the second one, no good for Adem Bona. 1 of 2. Here are the Atlanta Hawks. Daniels driving downhill, turns and spins, kicks out the Landale. Landale a 3, and it's money. Hawks retake the lead. So we got Lou World with 9 W's, leading the race by a lot. Cable and Banj tied with 5 each. Daniel Sand with 4. Bird Gang actually has 6. He's second on the list. Grimes pops a mid-range, knocks it down. Nice shot by Q-Dot. We got a couple people with 3 and a few people with 2 as well. Still time to get back in it. McCollum tried to find a cutting Landale, and we had another foul. Dude, the refs cannot lay off the whistle, man. That's wild. $2 super chat. Philly for life says VJ's locked in like the pot pen, RB. Yo, man, we need a big VJ game. We need a big VJ game, man. He is locked in. Just got to stop fouling. He's got 2 personals. Hawks tap it in, missed it, tapped it again, missed it again. Sixers have it. Here they come. Grimes up the floor, pulls another 3. Got it to go.
He's on fire.
Quentin Grimes on a heater right now. Give him 9 points off the bench. He's 3 of 3. Grimes said, you signed Campaign? You signed all these other guys? Now I got you. Let's go, Q-Dot. $2 super chat. Don Boyle says VJ is on right now. Continue to feed this man. Let's go, man. Let's go. VJ Edgecombe on a heater. We got Quentin Grimes on a heater. Let's go, man. Dude, Quentin Grimes, man. This is what we've been waiting to see, man. Maybe Quentin Grimes needed a rest, you know? Maybe he needed a rest because he's been irrelevant for a while now. VJ and Grimes leading the way. We got 405 people in the chat. Do me a favor, everybody. Go down below right now. Hit the thumbs up button. Get us to 200 likes so we can wake up the neighbors, so we can piss them off, so we can help push this show out to new viewers like yourselves. Thank you for being here and welcome into the show. Let's go, man. Philly for Life, $2 super chat says Q dot back on track RB. Let's go. Let's go, man. What do you guys think? Is Quentin Grimes back on track? Is Q dot back on track or what? What do you guys think, man? Let me know. Let me know. And shout out the campaign in the game, man. Terry Johnson, for those who know. William Irvine in the chat. What's up, William? Says Grimes coming back at the right time. Pure Philly Pain says, love to see it, Grimes. Jalen Johnson, 7 points, 2 of 5 to begin. Maxey, 8 points, 2 of 10. Those guys have been relatively quiet. It's been the backups doing their thing. Shout out to VJ Edgecombe in the Rising Stars game. Shout out to Tyrese Maxey in the All-Star game. Both guys helped their teams win. VJ hit a game winner in the Rising Stars. There's Dr. J. What's up, Dr. J? Good to see you, man. Shout out Dr. J. Still looking like the man. Here's Atlanta. Wide open three from Daniels. Left it short. Sixers trying to grab the board, and they do. Drummond back in with Cameron Payne, Trendon Watford, Quentin Grimes, and VJ Edgecombe. Here's Quentin Grimes driving, half spin, kicks out to Watford. Watford into the paint, and he is fouled. Happy birthday, Dr. J.
He's on fire.
Let's go. All right, chat, here's what I need you to do, man. I need you to drop some blue and red in the chat. Let me get a roll call with my Sixer Nation, man. Watford at the top. He crosses over. He drives. He floats it up. Way short. 2-point game here in South Philly. It's hard to see the game right now. It's so small on the screen. Nice block at the rim. I think that was either Drummond or Watford. Watford up the floor to Campaign. Pump fake drive. Kicks back. I like the way Payne's moving the ball right now. Watford in the paint, kicks it back. Here's VJ. Pump fake drive. Downhill, goes up through traffic. No whistle. Here comes Atlanta. All the way down the floor. And Corey Kispert tried it all. Corey Kispert tried all of it. I didn't know Kispert had it like that, man. He went for everything. He went for everything, man. 8:12 to go here in the second. Sixers lead it by 2. First one at the line is good for Corey Kispert. Drummond downhill goes up, and he is fouled. And, bro, put the game back on, man. And one. Yeah, Drum. Yeah, Drum. Drummond going to knock it down at the line. Here's Landale, kicks it over to Jalen Johnson at the wing, coming around the screen, driving downhill. Johnson into the paint, turns, spins, puts it up, and it falls. Here's Cameron Payne handling the rock, looking like he's been here all season long. Looks like he's a natural. Payne going baseline, dishes out to Grimes in the corner for three. It's an air ball. Hawks pick it up. Drummond takes it back. He turns. He pivots. Payne to the corner. Nice find. Grimes down to Drummond, and it's stolen away. Here come the Atlanta Hawks. Landale in the paint. Turn, spin. Daniels has the floater. Hawks lead it by 1. Here's Cameron Payne. Going to find Andre Drummond. Drummond back to Payne. 12 on the shot clock. Payne around the screen. Running the pick and roll, and I'm going to be honest, bro. They just called a foul. I don't know what the hell they're calling. They're showing every Dr. J achievement of his entire life, and I don't know, man. Shout out Dr. J. 400 people in the chat. Hit that thumbs up button. Let's go, man. Let's go. Chat, I want to hear y'all, man. Drop that blue and red. Let me know how you're feeling in the chat. My scoreboard not updating? And now Drummond fouls Jalen Johnson. I mean, so many fouls, man. So many fouls. Anyway, if you are tapped into this chat, what we do here is we break down every game live. We call the game pregame, live game, postgame. Break it down in real time. Give you all the coverage, the live stats, everything, and more. So support the show, man. Mods, get those links flowing in the chat, man. Follow us everywhere. Click our link tree and check us out. Barlow coming back in for the Sixers. He played 9 minutes in the first. How about Drummond with 9 boards? So the Hawks lead it by 3 after the made free throws. 6.5 to play here in the second. Maxey going to find Oubre. Turning, spinning. Oubre into the paint, goes up. Got it, the fall. Like I said before the weekend, you know, I don't think Maxey really got a lot of rest playing in the All-Star game and the three-point shootout. So maybe that's contributing to him still looking pretty bad right now. And just as I say that, Maxey takes it away. He's driving coast to coast, goes all the way, lays it up and in, gets thrown into the cameraman. It's an and one. Yes, sir. Woo! Race. Maxey. Let's go, chat. What are y'all hung over from the All-Star game? Come on, man. Drop them ones in the chat. Woo! Nurse is arguing with the referee. I don't know what Nurse is arguing about. Maxey's at the free throw line right now. He's at the line, man. Maxey going to knock down the free throw. It's already feeling like a cardiac game. Talk about picking up right where you left off. Drummond jumps in front of a pass. He almost intercepted it from McCollum. Yo, is it just me or did Drummond drop like 10 pounds at the All-Star break? This dude looks a lot more nimble. He's moving around like crazy right now. He almost jumped into the stands to save that one. Here's McCollum. Guarded by Grimes. Steps back into him. Draws the foul. That was a very smart play by McCollum. I knew they were going to call that. I could have predicted that. But now the 76ers are in foul trouble. Oubre has 2. Edgecombe has 3. Walker has 2. Grimes has 3. And Bona has 2. So thank you, referees, as the Hawks are now in the bonus halfway into the second quarter. First one good for McCollum. Second one good for McCollum. Pair at the line is good. Welcome in Sixers Game Day Live show presented by National University, powered by the Sleeper app. We do this every single game. Welcome on in. Watford turning, spinning into the paint, finds Barlow, turns, hooks it up, left it short. Jalen Johnson crossing over, driving, step back, hesitates, nice move to the rim, and he's fouled by Barlow. By the way, guys, are we lagging at all, or are we good? Just want to make sure in the chat. Let me know. Just want to make sure our chat's good. Had some issues the last couple of days. No lag, it's good. All right, thank you, man. I wish the score was behind, to be honest. This is terrible. What do you mean? Here's Oubre coming around a screen, drives into the paint, goes up, fouled, and one. Kelly Oubre and one. Yes, sir. A lot of fouls in this quarter, man. Both teams are in the bonus with 5:12 to go in the quarter. CJ McCollum coming up the floor. He's going to find Nickeil Alexander-Walker back in the game. Here's McCollum. Are they running? No, they're not. I thought they were running 5 guards for a second, but there goes McCollum all the way downhill to the cup. Hawks retake the lead. Sixers just might not be good defensively. It's crazy because they're, 13th in defensive rating, but they just don't play defense. And Barlow takes a hard spill, and now he is fouled. So another foul. Yo, at this point, we should be at 5 million likes by halftime. Hit that thumbs up button, man. Let's go, chat. Let's go, chat. Barlow at the line. He is going to miss the first one. Really appreciate all of you still being in here at this point of the season with me. For all those who have been rocking with us all season long and have helped, evolutionize this show and just bring it to what it is, this concept that we've really materialized. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Hoping for a great rest of the season here. 3-ball from Okongwu. It's out of bounds. Hawks trying to save it. They can't. Did they call a foul on Watford? No, they didn't. Okay, I don't think they did. I was about to say, if they called a foul there, I might have had to revolt myself. Here's the inbound. Alexander Walker. Drummond goes running right by. No look pass. Stolen away by the Sixers. 4:20 to go here in the second. Watford blazing downhill. Goes up. Missed it short. Here come the Atlanta Hawks. The dribble. The drive. Reza Shea goes up. He missed it at the cup. He's had a tough second year. Zachary Reza Shea, and that's just an embodiment of it right there. I mean, holy smokes. Maxey at the top, at the logo, coming around a screen. Maxey working with the left hand, steps back, crossover, drive. Maxey just threw a layup to himself. What are we doing, bro? Maxey, what was that? My man just threw a layup to himself and caught it. Why would he, like, what was that, Tyrese? He could have just threw a layup in. They weren't even contesting it. Here's Okongwu with a little turn hook. You know what's crazy, too? The first two games against the Hawks this year, like, really were games that, you know, I remember, right? Like I always say, there's a handful of games you remember. I remember both games. They drove us insane. It feels like this is another one that's going to drive us insane. As Oubre missed the layup, here come the Hawks, 2-on-1. Johnson, the Euro step, goes right up and in. 3:15 to go here in the first half. This game's driving me nuts right now. Maxey downhill all the way to the rim, hits the bottom of the rim. He's now 3 of 12. Johnson on the other end lays it up and in. Timeout, Nick Nurse. After a very ugly sequence by Tyrese Maxey. Wow. Unbelievable, man. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, how do we feel about this game so far? Wow. That was a wild sequence by Tyrese Maxey. And the Sixers kind of look lost right now. Before we get back into it, got to hear a word from one of our new quick sponsors over at ISSA. Shout out to the sponsor of today's video, ISSA. ISSA is the leading personal trainer certification program in the industry, rated #1 on Trustpilot. Are you someone who feels stuck working a job you don't really like? Trust me, we've all been there, but what if I told you I had a way to help you break into a career that you might love with real job prospects in the fitness world? With over 30 years of experience, ISSA provides flexible, self-paced programs and a job guarantee for its certified personal trainer course, empowering fitness professionals worldwide. And the best part, if you don't end up with a job, you get your money back. Currently, they have over 10,000 gym partners with over 73,000 open jobs for trainers. And all you need is your certification to qualify for these jobs. ISSA certifications are 100% online and self-study. You can study anywhere, anytime. All you need is a phone, computer, or tablet. So you've wanted to make that change long enough. Well, now it's time to do something about it. Go to joinissa.com/PhillyTake. It's also linked down in the description of this show, and use the code PhillyTake to get $100 off your CPT certification. Thank you to them for partnering with the show. Shout out to ISSA. Thanks for partnering with the show. Check them out. Link down below in the description. It'll also be pinned for the next few and after this show is concluded. $2 super chat. Vincent Bird says, like I said, RB, Maxey's shot is MIA for a minute. Congratulations, Vincent. You know, right now you're looking to be proven right. All I said was in the first quarter, I wasn't ready to declare that yet, but right now, Maxey looks all over the place, man. Looks like he didn't get any rest over the weekend. So that's what we're looking at right now, man. Maxey hit the bottom of the rim on the last attempt. The one before that, he had a left-handed, like, wide open layup. It almost looked like he tried to draw a foul and then pass out of it, and he ended up throwing the layup to himself, and it was a travel. So I don't know what's going on with Maxey, man, but they got to wake up. They got to wake up. But nonetheless, man, this is what I'm saying. They need Paul George and Joel Embiid. They need PG and Embiid, man. Oubre goes to the rim, lays it up. It's left short. Here's Jalen Johnson, dumps it down to Okongwu. Bona out of place. And the Hawks take an 8-point lead. Bona guarded by Okongwu. Another foul. Dude, I'm going to be honest, man. The refs are really messing with the momentum of this game, man. Grimes misses the free throw. Sixers were 1 of 2 at the line. They get a steal. Oubre oops it up, and Bona throws it down. Hawks lead it by 5. Johnson to the rim, missed it. Grimes tried to get the board. Maxey has it. Maxey down the floor. Oubre for 3. Can't knock it through. Alexander Walker. Bona with the massive block, and he screams to the fans in the crowd. Wow, 4 blocks for Adem Bona in the first half. Here's a 3-ball from McCollum, and the Hawks make them pay again. Bona has 4 blocks, which is great, but they got to freaking defend the perimeter, man. Shout out Bona. Barlow lost it off his leg. Here come the Hawks on another fast break. Johnson all the way. Nice block by Barlow, and nobody's there to rebound, so an easy layup for Daniels. I feel like this game is literally just run as fast as you can up the floor, block, and then foul. Anybody else feel that way? Like, I feel like we're not watching actual offense other than blitzing up the floor on the fast break. Maxey to Oubre. Oubre ISO step back. Maxey for 3 and hits. Here's the corner 3 from Alexander Walker. Can't get it to go. Okongwu the rebound. Dude, the Sixers just cannot rebound the basketball. McCollum turns and spins, kicks it back. Okongwu driving down the lane. Euro missed it. Bona has it. Here come the 76ers. Grimes with the rock. 12 seconds to go in the first half. Now Maxey, 7-point game. Maxey going to find Grimes. Grimes into the paint. Now steps back, mid-range, missed it. And that'll do it. That will take us to halftime in what was a very, very strange first half, in my opinion. We have 199 likes right now, 415 in the chat. Do me a favor, like the show, subscribe to the channel so we can hit that air horn and wake up the neighbors. Welcome in Sixers Game Day Live Show, presented by National University, powered by the Sleeper app. Sixers trail 60-53 at halftime. As we always do, we'll give you the live coverage through the rest of the game. Then we'll go to the postgame show after. But we still have another 2 quarters to play. The problem is the worst quarter, historically, the third quarter, is coming up next. And the Hawks were starting to pull away there in the second quarter. They outscore the Sixers 32-27. Ladies and gentlemen, give me one word in the chat to describe this game. I want your 1 words in the chat right now. Oh, man. Oh, my gosh, bro. Trying to temper my expectations, you know? Trying to just kind of keep it calm, cool, and collected. There's just a couple things that are really irritating me. So I'm going to tell you about those on the other side. SGA, thanks for becoming a channel member. Appreciate it. If you guys want to become a member, see less ads on YouTube, and support the show with a bunch of added perks, hit that join button down below. Mods can drop the link in the chat. One word in the chat, man. To keep it nicely, my word is going to be satisfied. Satisfied is going to be my one word. Now, again, am I going to overreact to this game and this first half? No. Why? Because Joel Embiid and Paul George are not playing. And I know everybody doesn't want to hear that, but when you're missing two $50 million players on the floor, most likely you're not going to win a lot of games. Simple as that. My word is satisfied because, one, the Sixers showed us that they were satisfied at the trade deadline when they did nothing to improve the team. And number two, the Sixers have not made any adjustments defensively from before the All-Star break. After the All-Star weekend, this past weekend, they had a couple days to practice. They practiced yesterday and the day before. And they're showing me that they're satisfied because they're not doing anything different. Now, again, how much of that is your max players not playing? It's part of it, right? But I'm looking at a couple things. Number one, defensively is really my main takeaway from this first half. Defensively, the 76ers have given up 17 points to Jalen Johnson. He had 5 points, I believe it was, or 7, like in the second quarter. I mean, the guy went on a run by himself. He had 10 points in the second quarter in like the last 7 minutes, 8 minutes. I feel like this whole game has been free throws and blitzing down the floor as fast as they can. And then fouling. There's been a million fouls in this game. I do feel like it's kind of hurt the momentum of the game. But anyway, I'll tell you more about it. Let me read some of the words in the chat. My word is satisfied because the 76ers just look satisfied with how they've been playing right now. Let's see. Strange, someone said in the chat. Inebriated. I like it. What else? Dreadful. Busy B. Shout out to Busy in the chat. Says dreadful. Don Boyle says defenseless. Crazy. Brutal. Pitiful. Bricks. Exasperation. Susceptible. Underwhelming. Unintelligent. Dormant. I like it. Good words, man. Nurseless. Yeah, good words in the chat. I would say I agree with all of them. Give me more words in the chat if you got them. Give me some takeaways. Give me your thoughts. What is your one main takeaway from this game? Again, I'm just looking defensively. I'm going to pull up the stats here, but let's see. Let me pull up the team stats. So the Atlanta Hawks, right, are shooting 29% from three. Sixers are 43. Both teams can't even hit a lot of free throws. I mean, the fact that we've had, 40 free throw attempts in the first half combined, I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot. 27 combined fouls. It's like that game a couple weeks ago. I forget who it was. Maybe it was on the West Coast trip. There was like a million fouls. This game kind of feels like that. I said it was the worst officiated game I'd ever seen. I forget who that was. Maybe it was the Phoenix Suns. But yeah, 27 combined fouls. Atlanta Hawks, 21 points on the fast break. This is what I was talking about. I didn't know the stat, but 21 points on the fast break out of 60 total points. The whole game has just been running up the floor. Now, again, Adem Bone has got 4 blocks, and the Sixers have made a couple plays in transition. But the Hawks are really capitalizing on second chances. They've missed a few free throws, which have turned into shots. Yeah, the Hawks are just playing faster. They have 14 second chance points. They have 11 points off of turnovers. Simply put, this is one of those games where the little things matter and the Hawks are doing them better. So that's my one takeaway of this first half. The other takeaway is Tyrese Maxey. And again, I have not been one to criticize him a lot because of what he did early in the season. And I do want to preface this by saying, no, it's not fair that Maxey and VJ have to continue to be the guys. But the other non-adjustment from me, or from Nick Nurse, that I'm seeing is, why is VJ Edgecombe not getting the ball more in the second quarter? VJ Edgecombe comes out firing at the end of that first quarter. He goes on a run. He hits a big-time three-pointer at the end of the first. He had, all 11 in the first? He only played 5 minutes in the second, and he had 2 shot attempts. So you have to get the ball into his hands more, especially in games like this. And Maxey had a quote before the All-Star break. He said, it's tough when Joel's in and out because we got to play different styles of basketball, and that's a fact. So it's like, listen, man, I just don't understand why they're not giving him the ball more. And the other thing is Quentin Grimes also was on a run there. Quentin Grimes has 10 points on 5 shot attempts right now. And Quentin Grimes had 9 points in the second quarter, but he only shot the ball 5 times. So again, I think it's on Nurse to get these guys the ball more, run plays, run sets, get the ball moving. A lot of simple stuff. But I will say, they're definitely missing Paul George and Joel Embiid in this game. I do think the fouls were very, the game has been very choppy. And the Sixers just have to play better defense. Daniels with 8 points, 5 boards. Alexander Walker with 9, 2, and 1. Johnson, 17 points, had 10 in the second quarter. They just got to play better on-ball defense if they are talented enough. Bonus got 4 blocks and 4 boards, so I don't want to criticize him, but I feel like when Bonus come in outside of the highlight plays, he's getting picked apart defensively. Drummond had that nice and one. He hasn't done anything else offensively. He hasn't really touched the ball. It's just been all ISO ball from Maxey and VJ. And Barlow's really been a non-factor with 15 minutes tonight, 1 point. And VJ has 3 fouls, and Grimes has 3 fouls. Anyway, what I was going to say about Tyrese Maxey is Maxey has been playing terrible in this game. He hits the bottom of the rim with a left-handed layup. He goes for another left-hand layup, and he throws the ball to himself and travels. So Maxey looks like he did not rest at all this past weekend, and he still looks exhausted, which is what Drew Hanlon said on the podcast and what I've been saying for months now. And yeah, it sucks that he has to deal with this game trying to be the guy with 2 max stars out. Can he keep it up? Can he actually revive himself here? I don't know. He's going to need help from VJ and Grimes and the rest. But we'll see how, I guess, the ball moves around. Ladies and gentlemen, what is your one main takeaway from this game? I want you to let me know in the chat right now. I'm going to read out a couple of the best ones, and we'll talk about the third quarter coming up because we know that is the kryptonite for the 76ers. That third quarter is very scary. They're down by 7 right now. If they let the Hawks go on a run, they could put this game away early. So we will talk about all of that. Before we do that, got to give a shout out to our great partners of the show over at Sleeper. You already know the deal, man. Check out Sleeper's Picks, download the app, use code PhillyTig when you sign up, get a 100% deposit match up to $100. We make our picks at the beginning of every single game. Here's what we got, man. Maxey over 30.5. Boy, that's not looking that good. Even though he does have 14, he's 4 of 13 and has not really been able to get a run going. So we'll see what Maxey can do. Hopefully better in the second half. Maybe he can get that pick. We had Barlow over 5.5 boards. He is currently at 2. Not a good first half for Barlow. Edgecombe, we had over 1.5 threes. He already hit that in the first half. 2 of 4 from deep. And Jalen Johnson, I had under 22.5. And he's the only guy cooking right now. 17 points. 7 of 8 at the free throw line. So far, it looks like I'm way off tonight. But as we know, it's a game of 2 halves, 4 quarters. see what changes in the second half, see if we can get back on track. Once again, download the app, make your picks live here during halftime. Get ready for the second half with us. Shout out to Sleeper for partnering on the show. We will check back post-game and see how we're doing. What is your main takeaway of this game? And like I said, the key now is going to be, can they survive the third quarter? Can they make it through? You know, can they do their thing and not get blown away in the third? That's the main question. Busy B says Maxey needs to work on his passing. Good takeaway there. Over under 13.5 points for the Sixers in the third quarter. Man, that's a crazy over under, but it's actually not that crazy. It's actually not that wild. Nurse needs to be fired. Dave says bad defense. BLSG says campaign needs more minutes. Good takeaways from you guys in the chat. Good takeaways. Once again, if you want to become a channel member, see less ads on YouTube, and get all of the extended perks, go ahead and hit that join button down below. We'll drop our link tree in here one more time. And with that being said, shout out to the mods, shout out to the community. Don't go anywhere. We got an interesting second half coming up. And oh, when we get back, guess what? We're going to hit the air horn and we're going to wake up the damn neighbors again because we're at 200 likes. So we got to piss off the neighbors. We'll do that on the other side. Don't go anywhere. Sixers Game Day Live, presented by National University. We will be right back. We are back on the Sixers Game Day Live show, and the first possession of the second half is a layup for the Atlanta Hawks, so not the way you want to start. 7-point game at halftime, now a 9-point game. Edgecombe over to Kelly Oubre. Oubre guarded by Dyson Daniels, finds Tyrese Maxey at the top. Maxey crossover, drive downhill, lays it high up and over the backboard. Maxey just laid the ball over the backboard. Is Tyrese Maxey okay? Is he okay? What in the world, man? Not the way you want to start off the third. We've seen some wild third quarters this year, but they need to wake it up. And there goes Jalen Johnson with an easy floater. Hawks lead it by 11. Brutal start to the third. Hopefully it doesn't fall in line with all the third quarters this season. Oubre fouled by Zachary Rizachet. 76ers, man, have been a historically bad third quarter team. If you don't know why we keep talking about the third. And it just happens every single game. So Oubre going to the line for 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we need some good vibes in this chat as Oubre knocks down the first. Drop the yes sirs in the chat. Wake up the damn neighbors, man. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wake them the hell up, man. Let's go. Shout out to the neighbors. Gotta piss them off. It's been too long. Dyson Daniels going to turn, spin, kick it out. Okongwu looked like he traveled. Nurse wanted it. They didn't call it. 2 on the shot clock. Jalen Johnson ISO goes up. Blocked by Barlow. Great block by Dom Barlow. Big block, man. Let's go, Barlow. Hawks lead it by 9. Here's VJ Edgecombe. Kicks it out to the corner. Stolen away. Hawks have it again. 4 on 3. Johnson to the rim. Dumps it down to Daniels. And he throws one down. I need y'all to drop some yes sirs in the chat. I'm losing my mind right now. Drummond lays it up and in. 9-point game. Sixers trying to hang on here. They better play some damn defense. Alexander Walker guarded by Kelly Oubre. And another foul. It's going to be on Kelly Oubre. How is that a foul, man? We can't run around screens anymore. We literally can't run around screens without a foul being called. Here's Dyson Daniels at the top, guarded by VJ Edgecombe. Here's Jalen Johnson. Onyeka Okongwu for 3. Wide open, missed it. Barlow the rebound. Here come the Sixers. DJ drives in from the corner, goes up, and another foul. Whole game is going to be mixed in with fouls, man. Oh my gosh. EJ going to knock down the first at the line. Second one is good for VJ Edgecombe. 2 of 2 at the line. 7-point game. Once again, the Sixers will play a back-to-back this weekend. We'll be live for both games. Sixers-Pelicans Saturday, then Sixers versus Wolves on Sunday. 3 ball is missed, and then the putback by Zachary Rizachet. Sixers just can't do anything right now, rebounding-wise. Oubre to Drummond. Drummond wide open, corner 3. Cha-ching! The Nick Nurse special right now, the Drummond corner 3. Rizachet on the pick and pop, and he knocks down a 3. Dude, play some defense, man. Holy smokes, bro. Same defensive lapses every game. Here's Oubre to Maxey. Maxey downhill, drives in, goes up, lost it again. Well, I was wrong about Tyrese Maxey tonight. He is not playing well whatsoever. He looks to be all over the place. Here's Jalen Johnson. Johnson going to drive downhill, steps back off the bank, cha-ching. Jalen Johnson is cooking. Jalen Johnson with 4 points here in the first 4 minutes of the third. Maxey at half court, Drummond to Maxey. Maxey downhill, throws it down with the left hand with force. Big slam by Tyrese Maxey. Maybe a little Energizer type of bucket. Here's another easy Atlanta dish. 3-ball wide open. This time it's short. Daniels trying to save it, and he does. No, he doesn't. He tried to throw it off Oubre, but he couldn't get it out in time. Sixers ball, 9-point game. What a slam by Tyrese Maxey. So Maxey's up to 16 points. He is the leading scorer for the Sixers, despite playing not good. Now we got a foul in Atlanta. Let's go, y'all. Hit the thumbs up button. Hit that sub button as well. Barlow dumps to Maxey. 10 on the shot clock. Maxey against Daniel. Steps back for 3. Cha-ching!
He's on fire!
Ty Reese. Maxey. Woo! Finally, he's getting going, man. See, the game ain't over yet. It's not over. Sixers shooting 50% from 3. Hawks are shooting 27%. Here's a 3 from Alexander Walker. It goes, but it's going to be an offensive foul, a push-off on Okongwu. So the 3 will not count. Back to the 76ers. So a big slam from Maxey and a big step-back 3. Let's see if that can keep him going here. What a crazy game this has been, man. Crazy. Now we have a technical foul coming up. It's Maxey going to go to the line for one more. Yeah, every time I talk bad about Maxey, he does something big. Maxey going to knock down the free throw, so it's now a 5-point game, cut down from 10. And the 76ers will get the ball back. 5-point game. Here we go. Here's Tyrese Maxey coming around a screen. Maxey drives downhill with the left hand, one bounce. Kelly from the corner. Can't get it. Drummond trying to board it. Can't. Barlow has it. And it's poked away by Landale. Here come the Atlanta Hawks. 6:50 to go in the third. Daniels dumps it back. Here is a 3 from Johnson. It's short. Sixers track it down. Maxey saves it. And here we go. 6:40 to play in the third. DJ downhill, kicks out to the corner. Oubre, dribble, drive, all the way, goes up. Left it short, gets his own rebound, puts it up, and Kelly Oubre is fouled and is going to the line for 2. Let's go. We got a timeout on the floor, ladies and gentlemen. What is going on, everybody? How are we feeling? Are the Sixers making a comeback? Are they actually doing okay in the third quarter? Let's go, man. Drop some fires in the chat. Welcome in to the Sixers Game Day Live show presented by National University. Speaking of which, got to let you know about our friends over at National University. National University is one of the largest nonprofit accredited universities in the U.S. offering flexible online schooling programs. They offer the most comprehensive degree program options in the U.S. for working and non-traditional students. If you feel like you have to juggle a full-time job or take care of a family, whatever is holding you back from going to school or maybe going in person to school, you have to check out National University. They offer quick 4 and 8 week online courses that are helped and designed to balance your work, your life, your school, all of it in one. You get to start sooner and finish faster. NU is one of the largest private nonprofit accredited universities in the U.S. with 50,000 plus students, 250,000 plus grads, and 150 degree programs and certificates. For a limited time right now, NU is offering the Year of You Scholarship that you can apply for until the end of March. This will grant students up to $6,000 annually towards your bachelor's or master's degree. New year, new goals, new you. Shout out to NU. Check them out, and they can help you meet your goals academically, professionally, and everything else. Click our link down in the chat or the description. Check out National University's online flexible schooling programs, and check out that new scholarship offering where you can receive up to $6,000 per year. Shout out to National University, where you can juggle school with everything life has to offer. Thank you to them for partnering on the show. And thank you to Tyrese Maxey for starting to take these boys to school in the third quarter. Come on, Maxey. Keep us going, man. He had a rough first half, but Tyrese Maxey's doing his thing right now. Why is Ala Abdelnaby interviewing Quinn Snyder? What are we doing here, man? Show us the game. Show us the game. What are we doing, man? Here's what I need you guys to do in the chat. Go down below, hit that thumbs up button. Get us to 300 likes right now. Chat, let's go, man. I know it's the first game after the All-Star break, but we're having a good time, man. We're having a good time. Let's go, man. Let's go, man. Let's go. We need a W, man. We need a W. Oubre going to knock down at the line. It is now a 3-point game. All right, here we go. Jabari Walker is back in for the 76ers. Here's a 3-ball from Reza Shea, and he's going to drill it. So in for the Sixers, Tyrese Maxey, Kelly Oubre, VJ Edgecombe, Jabari Walker, and Adem Bona. For the Hawks, it is CJ McCollum, Dyson Daniels, Zachary Reza Shea, Jalen Johnson, and Jock Landale. Walker gets the nice rebound, and then he goes up, and he lost it, and now it's going the other way. I do feel like the rotations have been a little bit odd tonight. I know Nurse is kind of strapped here because he doesn't have a lot of guys to play. Little confused why Beauchamp went back to the G League. He had been playing pretty well. He could give you a few minutes. They convert Jabari Walker, so now he's playing more. But again, there was like a stretch of games where Walker didn't even play at all. So, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Landale going to find Jalen Johnson. Jalen Johnson to CJ McCollum, and it's turned over. Threw it away. Sixers have it now, down by 6, 5.5 to play here in the third quarter. Here's Tyrese Maxey, going to take a screen. Maxey working, kicks over to VJ. 10 on the shot clock. Here's Maxey up at the top. Maxey over to VJ. VJ taps to the corner. Kelly going to pop up a 3. It's off the mark. Here come the Atlanta Hawks. Jalen Johnson down the floor. He's had a big second and third quarter tonight. Landale, Daniels taps it. Wide open 3. Reza Shea can't get it to fall. 5 minutes to go here in the third. VJ up the floor. VJ going to pop a 3. Can't get that one to go. He has cooled off since the first quarter. Reza Shea under the basket goes up, and this time they hold the whistle silent. Here come the 76ers. Nice block. 15 to go here on the shot clock. 4.5 to play in the third. Maxey up at the top, coming around a screen, kicks to Oubre. Oubre downhill, turns, spins. Oubre drives, and he got the late whistle. Shout out to the chat, man. Let's go. You guys do enjoy this coverage. We do it every single game. Pre-game, live game, and post-game. All combined into one. Nobody's doing it like our community. Shout out to y'all. Thanks for being here. What's up, chat? I want to hear from you guys, man. Especially my channel members. Drop those emojis in here. Light up the chat. Let's go. Can't talk to myself for 4 hours. Dom's up in here. We got Karen in the chat. What's up, Karen? Good to see you here. Clint in the chat. What's up, brother? Good to see you here, man. Thanks for being here. Free throws good at the line. 76-71. Feels like a cardiac thriller incoming. Daniels behind the back, drives all the way, and he is fouled. So once again, we are back to the charity stripe. Well, while we keep doing these fouls, man. Prodigy says, I'm a Celtics fan. I watch this a lot, and sometimes I feel like doing one of these for my team. Hey, appreciate you, man. Thanks for tuning in. Like I said, you don't just have to be a Sixers fan. We welcome everybody. We're trying to grow a big NBA community. So you are all welcome. Second free throw going to be off. Cleveland is blowing out the Nets right now amidst the tankathon stuff going on with the NBA. Rockets lead the Hornets by 2, and the Pistons lead the Knicks by 10 at halftime. Sixers turn it over again. Grimes is back in. Him and VJ have gone silent here after the first couple quarters. Johnson drives the lane, had it poked away, gets it back. And they call a travel, I believe, on Jalen Johnson. It looked like the ball may have been smacked out of his hand. He can't believe it. Quinn Snyder doesn't have a challenge because he blew it in the first quarter. It looks like Johnson lost possession off a Jabari Walker steal, but hey, who knows, man? The refs have been inconsistent all night. So Sixers down by 6 now. Maxey to Grimes. Grimes to Maxey. Maxey drives, steps back, nowhere to go. Finds Bona in the paint. Bona, turn, hook, goes up, too much on it. And Walker now gets called for a foul. Go talk to your neighbors. I'm trying to, man. I need y'all to hit the thumbs up button, bro. Alan, what's up, man? Spurs fan here. I love your commentary. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Yeah, you are welcome to be here in the chat as well. Like I said, don't have to be a Philly fan. We welcome all fans. We're going to be doing a lot of playoff games this year for other teams too, so I'm sure your team will come up as well. McCollum floats it up. Bona crashes into Walker, took his own guy out, and the Hawks have a free layup. Dude, somebody's got to teach Adem Bona how to stay on his feet. I know he's got 4 blocks in this game, and he's playing, you know, he's very jump out of the gym type of guy, but you got to stay on your feet, man. Maxey, full head of steam downhill, lays it up and in with the left. 6-point game, 3 minutes to go here in the third. Here is Jalen Johnson with the left hand, drives into double traffic. Here is Walker from the corner, misses a 3. Bona picks it up. And Bona is going to find Maxey. Maxey now running the floor to Grimes. Grimes crossover. Hesitates. Drives under the rim. Kicks out. Walker for 3. And he knocks it down. Woo! Awkward looking shot, but Walker gets it to go. Landale had it stolen away. Walker again. Here come the Sixers. No look dime. Bona all the way. Slams it at the rim. Was it a foul too? Or was it a timeout? I don't know if they called it a foul, but Adem Bona with the flush. Woo! Yeah. Woo! Great spark of energy from Jabari Walker off the bench. Yeah, man. Yeah. Jabari Walker getting active here. Jabari Walker, who was in foul trouble earlier, he's got 4 personals, same with Grimes, but Walker makes a couple big defensive plays, gets the flow going. Yeah. I see those fires in the chat. What's up, Philly Shad? Philly Shad's in the house. Woo! Glad to see all of you back in here, man, and thanks for being here always, every single game. Try to give you the best detailed coverage of these games. We got a lot of moving parts, one-man show, one-man produced show. So really, try to give you everything we can and also keep our sanity sometimes. 440 people in the chat. Do me a favor, get us to 400 likes right now. Hit that thumbs up button. Let's go, Sixer Nation! Let me know where you guys are tuning in from tonight, man. Forgot to do that earlier. Let's drop it like it's hot, man. Drop the spot in the chat. Where's everybody tapping in from tonight? Watching the show. Let me know. Where's everybody tapping in from tonight? Billy Take is worldwide, man. Billy Take worldwide, man. We have to get the word out about this community, about this show, what we do here. This is why I need y'all to follow us on all socials, man. We got to grow everywhere. Ran into some dude the other day down in NC, and I was trying to explain to him the concept of what we do. He couldn't even register in his head. He didn't even know it was a real thing. Like, he couldn't even imagine what I was talking about. I'm like, listen, man, you got to try it to see it, to believe it. We have an amazing community. He was like, I'll check it out. Let's go. We have Belgium in the chat. Shout out Belgium. South Jersey in the building. Hampton, Virginia. Bordentown in the house. Springfield, Ohio. Phoenix, Arizona. Lancaster, PA. Ontario, Canada in the building. Northeast Philly in the house. Wilmington, Delaware. Someone said Wawa for life. Listen, I'm a big Wawa guy, but I did stop at Buc-ee's, and shout out Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's is incredible. Big Buc-ee's fan. Here are the Atlanta Hawks, leading by 1, 79-78. Alexander Walker turning, spinning, kicks it out to the corner. Pump fake. Muhammad Gay back in, finds McCullum. McCullum no-look diamond. Landale slams it down at the rim. We got Australia in the house, Upper Darby, PA, Orlando, Florida, Georgetown, Delaware, Northeast Philly, Richmond, Virginia. Got Charlotte, NC in the chat. Grimes for 3, too much on it. Watford back in the game now, running this 3 big man lineup again with Walker, Watford, and Bona. And Walker's going to get fouled, and he's going to the line for 2. RB, I love the chat. We have a big chance today, and I missed the song. What's up, Alan? We got Canada in the house. 676 squad in the chat. South Philly in the building. Brooklyn, New York in the chat. Walker going to knock down the first at the line. What happened to the MVP of the chat? We never do it anymore. Well, people like you keep spamming the entire game, and then it ruins the experience for the rest of the people. So we'll do the MVP of the chat if you promise not to spam the entire game. It's all love, AJ. It's all love, man. And don't request a trade, man. Don't request a trade. By the way, follow my Eagles channel, man. We do Eagles coverage as well. A to Z Sports Philly. Check it out. Here's a quick layup from Atlanta. They lead it by 4. Sixers in the bonus. 1:18 to go here in the third. Still feels like the Sixers are trying to hang on in this game, even though they've played well in the last 5 minutes. Walker a 3, can't get that one to go. Hawks have it, running the floor now. 60 seconds left in the third. Alexander Walker going to step back. He finds Muhammad Gay, puts it up off the back rim. No good. Here comes Grimes. Grimes, the hezzy, the drive, the lay. Got it! Quentin Grimes at the cup. Here's the dribble and the drive. Kicks out. McCullum. Pump fake. McCullum for three. And it's money again. Got Charlotte in the chat. South Jersey, Broward County, Florida. Maxey for three. He answers on the other end.
He's on fire!
Maxey with 25 points. McCullum for three. He is fouled on the floor. Dude, how is CJ McCullum complaining? He just got a foul called for him. And they're in the bonus. Like, if I'm the ref at this point, I'm being honest with you. I'm looking CJ McCullum straight in his face and I'm saying, dude, get out of my face. Shut up. I just gave you the foul. These dudes are so prone to just whine. They're literally getting fouls and still complaining. Oh my gosh, man. Like, again, I understand yapping, getting your calls. I get it. But you got the foul and you're still complaining? What are we doing? McCullum going to knock down at the line. It's a 4-point game. 25 seconds to go here in the third. Here's Cameron Payne back in the game. Shout out Terry Johnson. 11 seconds to go here in the third. Terry Johnson, crossover, dribble, drive, all the way, threw it to nobody. And it was almost turned over, but McCullum could not save it. 5.3 to go here in the third. Guys, can everybody hit the thumbs up button? Can we push this show out to many more viewers? Thank you so much for being here, man. First game back from the All-Star break. 3 games in 4 days here. Sixers will play the Pelicans on Saturday. The Wolves on Sunday. We'll be here for all of it. Still got a lot of coverage left here tonight. Here's the inbound. No time on the shot clock. Grimes tries to put it up, and he does not get it off. And it is a shot clock violation. You got to know better, Grimes. Grimes had 10 in the first half. Not having a good second half so far. Here's the inbound to Alexander Walker. 2 on the clock. Maxey steals it, puts up a 3, just left it short. And that will take us to the end of the third quarter. So, final tally of the third quarter, 31-28. Sixers win the third quarter. Oh my gosh! 76ers have won the third quarter. Wow. All right, man. Well, I said it from the beginning of the game, said it in the pregame show that this was going to be a cardiac game. It is a 4-point game with 12 minutes left. Maxey's got 25. He's now the leading scorer in this game. Big third quarter out of Tyrese Maxey. But the question is, can the Sixers hold on? Will they have enough? Sixers really got to lock in, man. Sixers really have to lock in. 11 for Maxey in the third, but somebody else I feel like is going to have to be the hero as well. I don't think Maxey's going to be able to put up another 12-point quarter, but we'll see. We'll see. What do you guys think, man? What do you guys think, man? Who will get the W tonight? We'll call the fourth quarter live here, and then we'll go into the post-game show, and we will continue to break it all down. You can find this content on all platforms. Mods, go ahead, drop that link tree in the chat. Follow us everywhere, man. Follow us everywhere. One quarter to go. 1 quarter to go. All right, here we go. Campaign for 3, no good. I was almost going to say Cam Johnson for a second. Here's the drive and the spin. Landale to the corner. Muhammad Gay dumps it off to McCullum. McCullum steps back against Walker, and he baits him into a foul. Come on, man. What is that, 5 on Walker? Yeah, it's 5 on Jabari Walker. Thank you all for being here in the chat. I really appreciate it and always want to give shouts to the community. Y'all are amazing. First one missed at the line for McCullum. Trying to keep us in it here, man. Trying to keep things going here. $450 people in the chat. The fans are going nuts. Will they get Chick-fil-A? McCullum at the line. And the second one is good. So 1 of 2 at the line. Here's a Dembona, drives in and had it plucked away. Here come the Hawks. Daniels turning, spinning, goes up with it, and another foul. This one will be on VJ Edgecombe. So that'll be number 4 on VJ Edgecombe. First one missed at the line for Daniels. Hawks cannot hit anything, man. So let's see if Dyson Daniels gives him Chick-fil-A. He does not. Or do we have a lane violation? Maybe he could. Maybe we have another chance here. He might have to shoot again. There might be a chance for Chick-fil-A. Will they call a lane violation? Let's see. Remember when Boban? All right, so they're doing a jump ball, so I guess not. I guess that doesn't qualify for Chick-fil-A. Hawks win the tip. Here they come with the rock. Kispert pops a 3. Missed it by everything. VJ the rebound. Remember when Boban missed 2 free throws intentionally to give the fans Chick-fil-A? That was awesome. Here's Grimes working against McCullum. ISO again. Kicks it out to Watford. Watford for 3. Short. Yo, Nurse, can you run a play, bro? Tired of seeing ISO Grimes, man. I feel like the Sixers don't run any plays. McCullum floats it up. Missed it. Bona the rebound. Grimes going to find Cameron Payne, a.k.a. Terry Johnson. One bounce into Watford. And that one's poked away. Just feels like the bench is having trouble generating anything ever since they were on that win streak when they traded away McCain. Rob says this has to be the worst defensive team I've ever seen. Here's Grimes, finds Payne up top. Campaign to Watford. Watford dribbling in, lays it up and blocked. This offense is brutal, man. Brutal. Watford the inbound and another foul. All right, let's go see let's get a foul tally here. Let's get a foul total. So the 76ers are up to 23 fouls. Hawks are at 19. We have 40, or I'm sorry. We have 61 combined free throws in this game. 61. Wow. 43 combined fouls. I think that game a couple weeks ago that I was talking about, I forget who they were playing, but I think it was what was it, 48 combined fouls? So we're like 5 away from that. McCollum going to find Daniels. Back to McCollum. He pops a 3 and hits. Bona up the floor, drives against Landale, gets grabbed, gets bear hugged. Literally got intentionally fouled right there. Dude, this is a tough watch, man. How do we not have 300 likes yet? You guys are slacking right now. 500 people in the chat. This game's driving me up a wall, man. We got Landale bear hugging Adem Bona. How many points does McCollum have now? 21? Bruh. McCollum's got 21 off the bench? I did not know he had that many. Bona going to knock down at the line. 4-point game. Dude. Kispert going to find McCollum. Round a screen, drives and kicks. Daniels, corner 3. Airball. Landale, rebound. Muhammad Gay going to find Kispert off the move for 3 and hits. It's getting on my nerves, bro. VJ for 3, knocks it down and keeps it at a 4-point game. McCollum another 3. It's short that time. First it was Kamara, then it was Jose Alvarado. And now it's McCollum. Grimes out the campaign, drives baseline. Kicked it away and it was knocked out by Atlanta. Watford finds a cutting VJ, and it is thrown away. Stolen by the Hawks. Here comes McCollum. Turns, spins, kicks. Jalen Johnson a 3. Missed it. Rebounded and put back by Okongwu. Bona out of place again. $8:40 to go. 6-point game. Here's Cameron Payne coming around a screen from Bona. Payne going to pop a 3. That one's off the mark. Hawks pick it up. Here is Dyson Daniels. Drives into the paint, turns, spins back to Johnson, and he lost the ball off his shin. Here come the Sixers. VJ flying up the floor, finds Grimes. Gets trapped in the corner. Here is VJ. Maxey still resting on the bench, trying to get ready for this final run. VJ bounces it to Bona, poked away again. Dude, Bona is so bad offensively, man. Daniels bumps away. Payne goes right up, no foul, and an easy bucket. Timeout, Nick Nurse. Yeah, thank you. I need a timeout too. I feel like I'm losing my mind right now. Dude, play some freaking defense and stop giving the ball to Adem Bona, man. Sixers got to wake up right now, man. Drop some fires in the chat. We got to heat this team up right now. They have to wake up if they want to win this game. Speaking of wake up, got to give one more great shout out to our partners of the show over at National University. You need to wake up and realize that you can go and level up, get that next degree, get that promotion, all by leveling yourself up with National University. Did you know right now that nearly 70% of college students today are working while in school? It's very unmotivating for a lot of students. They get overwhelmed, but guess what? Most people do not have to press pause on life to learn. That's where National University comes in. They allow you to do it at the same time. I'm talking about 4 and 8 week online classes designed to help you balance work, life, and school. They offer the most comprehensive degree and program options in the U.S. for working and non-traditional students with a 50-year history of innovative learning and support models for working and non-traditional students. They help you live your life and achieve your goals with NU. You could be a busy worker, person, or learner and a successful student at the same time. And beyond all of the school stuff, beyond the classroom, they really help you manage your emotional stress, your health challenges, anything else you need. They got you covered with free virtual mental health counseling, a peer navigator network. They give you the resources to make sure you are receiving the support you need. And financially, they have you covered as well. Last year, National University awarded $50 million plus in scholarships. Right now, they are offering a new Year of You scholarship where you can apply to get up to $6,000 per year on a bachelor's or master's degree. So check it out, nationaluniversity.com. Click the link down in the description and take a look at their flexible online curriculum offerings. Shout out to National University, a proud partner of Philly Take with RB for the last 2 years. Thank you to them for partnering with the show. And thank you to the Sixers for raising my blood pressure again. Dude, we had a nice week off, man. We were good. We were hanging out. And now you're making us, you're roping us in, but you're not getting there. You know what I mean? Sixers are down by 8. Feels like they've been hanging in the balance all game, at least in the second half. Take advantage, man. Maxey to VJ, corner 3, left it short. Here come the Atlanta Hawks, wide open 3, Jalen Johnson. Wow, how did he miss that? How did he miss that? I don't know. But Sixers with another defensive lapse. Maxey in the corner, drives, steps back. Maxey up top. Here's VJ. Once again, trying to ISO and create space. He turns, he fades, and knocks it down. VJ Edgecombe gets it to go. 6-point game. Hawks have the lead. Here's Dyson Daniels. Daniels going to find Okongwu. Here is Johnson against Barlow. Spins, steps back. Johnson had the pass knocked away. Oubre smacked it out of bounds. So it's going to stay with Atlanta. 9 seconds on the shot clock. Here's Jalen Johnson again. 3 on the shot clock. Crosses over on Drummond. Drives. Full head of steam. Steps back. And another foul. Stop rewarding these dudes with fouls, bro. Dear Lord, man. Drummond had to take off the headband. He's so freaking mad right now. What are we doing, bro? Like, these referees cannot be having fun right now. I'm seriously, man. Seriously. Does anybody remember the game that I'm talking about a couple weeks ago? I think it was the Suns game, right? Where there was like 48 fouls. We're almost there right now. Like I said at the end of the third quarter, because Nurse had to play Maxey in the whole third, you can't rely on Maxey to drop 15 points in every quarter. And even if he does, it's not going to matter if you don't play defense. And now the Sixers turn it over again. Dude, every game against the Hawks this year has been so frustrating. Walker for 3 and hits. This team is frustrating, man. Maxey downhill, kicks it back to Oubre. Now Barlow in the corner, back to Oubre. Oubre, full head of steam to the rim, goes up, and another foul. I agree, RB. Hate to say it, trying not to complain about the refs. The refs are part of it this game. They've definitely messed up the flow of the game, but the Sixers have to play defense, bro. You got to play defense, and Again, I go back to the same thing. I'm a broken record at this point as Oubre misses the first free throw. All the little things the Hawks are doing better in this game. And then the Sixers, without Joel Embiid and Paul George, don't run any offense. Do you guys agree with that? Maxey had a great run in the third quarter. He had 12 points. But it's mostly just ISO the entire game. Isn't the point of coaching when your team is undermanned, when you're down guys, even though you shouldn't be, right? It's annoying. But when you're down players, aren't you supposed to be creative? I mean, even Doc Rivers used to do that. Barlow blocks Johnson at the rim. Oubre has it running the floor. Oubre downhill. Takes it all the way and throws it away. What are you doing, Kelly? Oh my gosh. There go the Hawks. A missed layup and a foul. This team's going to make me lose my mind, bro. Why? Why do I care, man? They told us at the deadline. They told us at the deadline, bro. Nick Nurse before this game said, oh, well, if this was a playoff game, Joel Embiid would have played. We got to start treating these like playoff games, man. We can't win without these guys. Jalen Johnson now has a triple-double. It's his 10th of the season, second in the NBA behind Nikola Jokic. I'm sorry, he doesn't have a triple-double, but he's getting close to a triple-double. Hate to say it, man. And I know Paul George would have an impact and this and that, but this team is just not good defensively. They're just not good defensively. Sorry, y'all. I'm not trying to crash out, man. I'm just calling the game and trying to, stay calm. But I'm just frustrated, man. Like, you come out of the All-Star break and you're doing the same things you were doing going into it. But we have a lot of time to talk about it. Make sure y'all hit that thumbs up, subscribe to the channel if you enjoy this content. We do it every single game. Mikey says Paul George and management ruined the season. Going to fall into the play-in at this point. Busy Bee says sell the team. Just feel like the team's not good enough when the two max stars don't play. Wow, it's almost like we already knew this. It's like we've said it at the beginning of the season. If Joel and PG are on the floor, the team looks really good because their two max stars are playing alongside their other max star, Tyrese Maxey. And when those guys aren't on the floor, they look terrible, which I guess is common sense, right? Like, shouldn't we know this? I think we do know this deep down. I think we know this. Like, when the max stars don't play, we're not going to win games. So it's like, why do we even care? Why do we, get surprised by this? All I'm saying is they better start treating these games like playoff games. Otherwise, they're going to fall into the play-in tournament. So after the free throws, it is a 12-point game. 5:30 to go here in the fourth quarter. VJ going to find Tyrese Maxey. 12 on the shot clock. Maxey downhill. Drives, lays it up, and missed it. Maxi's stuck at 25. Here's a 3-ball from Walker. No good. Another offensive rebound and another dunk. This is where the Sixers start fizzling out. No effort on the rebounds. Here's Kelly Oubre. Drives baseline. Goes up. Terrible layup attempt. Drummond gets it back. Puts it in. 12-point game. Sixers don't have any rhyme or reason on the offensive side. That's really the main takeaway. They don't run any offense. Landale puts it up, left it short. BJ turns, floats it up. Dude, the Hawks aren't even playing defense. They're not even like trying and they're winning. Mr. Scum says, I'm watching my cat playing with a pool ball right now. My attention is not even on the game. I think that's the frustrating part. You know why I love these shows? Obviously, we live react during the whole game and pregame, postgame. You know why I really love this? We get to really feel it in real time. You know what I mean? I keep coming back to these like revelations in my own brain. My takeaway right now is like, this is such a winnable game. This is such a winnable game. The Hawks are not playing that well. They're not. I don't expect them to. They're not some great team. They're a decent team that can beat you if you don't do the little things well. But again, should I be surprised with $100 million on the bench? No. No, I shouldn't. Brent says, it's so frustrating watching a team that has over $100 million sitting on the bench for over half the season and the 20-year-old rookie is the second best player. That's a fact, Brent. Facts. Thank you. You summed it up well for me. Dribble drive, block at the rim by Drummond. Nice defensive play. Here come the 76ers. 4:20 to go. It's a 10-point game. Little run could get him back in. And here's Kelly Oubre, swings to Grimes. Grimes going baseline, kicks it out. Almost threw it away. Poked out by Atlanta, staying with Philly. Karen says, what is the reason that Joe is not out there playing tonight? They said he has shin soreness that was suffered during the All-Star break, which is a lie as well. I mean, he sat out the last 2 games before the All-Star break. Maxey going to find Drummond. Drummond kicks it out and almost threw it away. Somehow Grimes picked it up. Up and under. What a play by Quentin Grimes. I don't know how he got that one off, but he did. Walker to the rim. Blocked by Grimes. Big defensive play on the other end. Up the floor to Oubre. Oubre slams it down.
He's on fire!
See, this is what the Sixers do. They rope us back in. They rope us back in. I don't know if I can remember a team that has played this many cardiac games in one season. I don't know if I can remember a season with this many types of late fourth quarter cardiac games. Like, there's a lot, right? But like, every game is like this. Every game is like this. Like, I don't even feel this much, like whatever the word is, anticipation, anxiety in my own daily life. It's just the 76ers every freaking game. And it's what makes us nuts. Big play by Quentin Grimes there, man. Somehow gets a ridiculous up and under to go. Then he runs all the way down the floor, smacks the ball away on a block, and then dimes it to Oubre for a monster dunk. Now the question is, can you play defense? It's crazy because Jalen Johnson and Tyrese Maxey are both 8 of 21. Both have had very similar games. Sixers are on an 8-0 run here. 3:40 to play. 6-point game. Here's Jalen Johnson. Going to find Nickeil Alexander-Walker against Oubre. Crossover. Blows by him. Oops it up. The layup. Missed it. Somehow he missed it. Didn't dunk it down. Very odd decision, but the Sixers will take it. Maxey, the spin, the drive down low. Oubre goes up, and he is fouled. Kelly to the line for 2. 300 likes in the chat. Drop the yes, sirs. Woo! Yes, sir.
Yes,
Wake them the hell
sir.
up. Sixers, please pull this out, man. Please. A W would go a long way. We know Embiid's not playing one of the games this weekend, and he might not play both. Need a W here. First one good at the line for Kelly Oubre. 16 points now on the night for Kelly. He's been at the line many times tonight. Second free throw is good. 9 of 11 at the free throw line for Kelly. He's got 17 points, 4-point game, 3:15 to go. McCollum, guarded by Maxey. Crossover. Maxey. Nice defense. Here is Daniels. Floats it up wide open, and it's a bucket. 6-point game. Here's Quentin Grimes on the wing. Hawks show a trap. Here's Kelly inside. Turns, fades, and airballs a 6-footer. Here's Alexander Walker. Blow by Maxey goes up. Nice defense by Oubre. Sixers take it back. Maxey up the floor now. Drummond is trailing. Maxey dribbling, driving all the way. Hits the side of the backboard, but they get the late whistle. So Maxey is going to the line for 2. 2:28 to go here in the fourth. Ay, man. Thank you all for being here, man. We do this every single game. Pre-game, live game, and post-game shows right here on Philly Take with RB. Final stretch of the season starts tonight. 28 games to go. Maxey at the line. Hit the first. Here is the second. And it is good. $110 to 106. It is a 4-point Hawks lead. 2:20 to go. McCollum guarded by Maxey. He's going to cross over. Drive past the defender. Goes all the way in. Looked like he walked. Where's the walk? They don't call it. And Jalen Johnson gets a free layup. Nurse is calling a play, finally. Thank you. Finally calls a play. Maxey, crossover. Back to Grimes. 2 minutes to go. Maxey against Grimes. Grimes. Crossover, dribble, drive, downhill, steps back. Grimes can't get it to go. And the Hawks get the board. 1:40 to go. 15 on the shot clock. Here's McCollum, guarded by Grimes. McCollum coming around a screen. McCollum, one bouncer, and it's stolen away. They called a foul? Oh my gosh, bro. There is no freaking way. There is no way, bro. $49 total fouls tonight. First one good for Atlanta. I can't do it with the fouls, man. I'm sorry. I don't complain a lot about the refs anymore, but this is a joke. This is a joke, man. They don't call the walk on the other end, but they call this stupid foul, and the second free throw is missed anyway. So now it's a 7-point game. Maxey against Daniels. VJ, let's go. Why are we ISOing, bro? Move. Somebody move. Maxi step back 3 off the mark. Bro, call a freaking play, man. You got 2 timeouts. Call a freaking play. Oh my gosh, man. I feel like I'm watching like street ball play right now. You ever play at the street courts? You got 4 dudes trying to ISO? Like, give me the ball, bro. You want me to set a screen? I'll set a screen. Team's going to drive me insane. Just one screen, one ball screen. You know how guys get open? You set screens, you run back door, pin downs, you create separation. Run into a defender, for crying out loud. And the only reason I'm getting mad about this is because I say it every game. Who's been here every game? I say it every game. Why do I even get mad about it anymore? You're down 7 points with a minute to go. And I'm watching Grimes in the corner, VJ on the wing, Drummond in the corner. Nobody moves. You settle for a maxi step back ISO 3. Let me know if I'm crazy. This is what I'm watching. I don't catch everything on the first watch. I'm really trying to focus here, and I'm watching this offense not run any plays. Here comes CJ McCollum, guarded by VJ. Pokes it away. McCollum's on the floor. Watch them call a foul here. They call a jump ball. That's where you got to take that ball away, VJ. I know you don't want to get the foul. What do you got, 5? Yeah, but 50 seconds left. You got to take that away, man. McCollum grabs VJ's shorts. No whistle. VJ and CJ with the jump ball. VJ wins it and taps it to Dyson Daniels. Johnson all the way, stuffed at the rim, and a block. Everybody's complaining at the refs. I don't know what they just called, man. Maxey went running at the official. Drummond went running. Refs don't even know what they're calling at this point. They don't even know. Let's see. Did Maxey foul him? Maxey half gets him on the wrist, half on the ball. I already knew they're going to call a foul. I mean, I'm not surprised. It's mostly a block. It's something that is like a iffy call. Sixers are going to challenge it, as they should. I feel like they're going to keep it as a foul if they called it that on the floor. Ideally, it was mostly ball. They're showing the definition of a foul on the on the scoreboard. Good. Maybe the refs can look up and look at it. I mean, that's mostly ball, man. I would love to interview the referees after this game and ask them, did you have fun tonight? Because this will be the 50th foul of the game. This will be number 50. This ref is on drugs, man. He goes, the challenge is successful, but it's still a blocking foul on Tyrese Maxey. Like, what are you talking about, man? And then they called a technical on Jalen Johnson, so the Sixers are going to get a free throw, and then Johnson's going to get 2. Why did the ref get so... Why did he get so excited? Why did he get so excited? So I guess the foul was on Drummond, then they switched it to Maxey. First one good for Jalen Johnson. I'm just ready to get this game over with, man. I'm ready to get to the... I've never wanted to get to the post-game show so much, just so I can let it out a little bit, man. Jalen Johnson cooks the Sixers again. 2 free throws good. 50 seconds to play. 50 freaking fouls in this game. 50, man. 50! BJ pulls up a 3. No offense at all. Great play, Nurse. Great play. ISO step back 3. Game's over. Pointless offense. Just end the game. Don't even foul. Don't foul. Game's over. Then they give him a wide open layup. Just to put the icing on top. Just put the cherry on top. They give him a wide open layup. Oh, look, another ISO step back 3. Missed. Game's over. I'm so disgusted right now. It's not even funny. I'm disgusted. I'm disgusted, man. Ladies and gentlemen, I may be very mad right now, but one thing is for sure, I appreciate the hell out of every single one of you. We do this every game, pregame, live game, postgame. We have built an amazing community, and the best part about it is that I get to voice my frustrations out with all of you. You get to voice your frustrations out with me. Without this, I don't know what I would do. I might have to go to therapy for the Sixers. This is my therapy. So first off, I want to say thank you to the partners of the show. Shout out to ISSA. Click their link down below. Check them out. Shout out to National University, partner with us all season long. And shout out to Sleeper as well. Boy, we're going to talk about the picks we made because they made me look like a fool in this game. So we will get into all of it. But the first game back from the trade deadline. Why do I keep saying trade deadline? Oh, I know why I keep saying trade deadline. Because they failed us at the trade deadline. And I can't get it out of my head how bad this team did at the trade deadline. And that's why they keep losing. Calm it down, RB. Calm it down, RB. Just had a nice week off. You were relaxing, enjoying yourself. Don't let this team get to you right now. But anyway, first game back from the All-Star break. The Sixers did the same exact thing that they did before the All-Star break, meaning they didn't adjust. And I just really do not like. Well, there's a lot that I don't like. This was just another frustrating game. The Sixers are not going to beat the Hawks this season. The Hawks are the Sixers' kryptonite. Simply put, this year, the Sixers cannot beat the Hawks, no matter what the case is. And now we have to hope that Joel Embiid can play this weekend. But remember, he's only going to be able to play one game because he can't play back-to-backs.
Let's go.
I'm going to get my frustrations out on the postgame show. Stick around. You don't want to miss it. Honestly, it's the best part of our show at this point. We just get to rant and rave and get our frustrations off. $5 super chat from RDB. What's up, man? RB, when McCain was traded for only draft picks, the Sixers punted the season to avoid the luxury tax. And that right there is the truth. And you know what, RDB? I tried to tell people at the trade deadline. I've been trying to tell them ever since. We don't want to admit it. We don't want to see it. But yeah, it's very sad that with the star of this team asking for more help, asking to finally make a push, they were on a 5-game win streak, and just asking to just give us a little upgrade. No, they go reverse. They go in the opposite direction to save money, which is also why the NBA is having a tanking issue right now because of money. Overall, am I going to worry about this game in a month? No. But I can say that for a handful of games, because when the Sixers don't play with their stars, when their stars can't play and they're missing $100 million on the floor, then they're not going to win most games. It sucks for a lot of us fans that invest everything into this team and like really support them. And, you know, they just kind of treat this like it is what it is. And I don't think I've talked about it in a while, actually. I don't think I've talked about the Joel Embiid, Paul George duo missing games in a while, because they've actually played games this year. But I think tonight I might have to dive into it a bit, because now it's starting to eat me away. And no, I'm not saying Joel should play through injury or whatever, but, you know, what Nick Nurse said before the game really has me thinking. What Nurse said before the game about Joel Embiid has me thinking. Do they even care at all about the regular season? Well, they better start caring. They better start caring. Can't keep losing games. All right, man. All right. Mods, appreciate y'all. Members, appreciate you. We're going to get through it together. But we have to rant tonight. I'd say there's 2 or 3 main things that are really grinding my gears right now. So we'll talk about it. And maybe we'll take some phone calls as well. Stick around for the post-game show. 76ers Game Day Live post-game coming up next. Don't go anywhere. All right. Welcome in to the 76ers post-game live show. First game back after the All-Star break, where we thought, okay, maybe the Sixers can get back on track. 2 tough games heading into the break, and really just an ugly, sour note, right? But hey, they got a week of rest. Things happened. Maxey got to showcase himself in the All-Star break. He got to be in the 3-point shootout. And VJ Edgecombe hit a game winner in the Rising Stars game. And we all got a little bit of time away from this team. But you know what? Maybe we needed more, because we did not expect them to come out and stress us out again. And the Sixers go down to the Atlanta Hawks, who they literally can never beat anymore. And Joel Embiid doesn't play again. So we're back to the same old story that when your 2 max star $50 million guys aren't on the floor, they're probably not going to win a basketball game. Whip-de-doo. 2 + 2 = 4. Anyway, welcome into the Sixers post-game live show right here on Philly Take with RB, presented by Sleeper. Get in on the phones or the Discord. We might take some calls. We might take your reactions, your frustrations. I remember last game after the Sixers got obliterated by the New York Knicks, a lot of people had a lot to say. So I would love to hear your thoughts tonight as the Sixers go down. And I'm going to be honest, man. I am going to keep this very short, sweet, and simple tonight. I know I say that a lot. But here's the fact of the matter, okay? Let me try to dial it all in together. Let me try to pile everything up, and let me try to sum it up in a way that everybody can universally understand what I'm going to say. Because we're going to talk about the fourth quarter and the sequences and everything that happened, and honestly, the referees. We're going to talk about Nick Nurse. But here's the fact of the matter. We could look at the referees tonight, who were awful. 50 combined fouls in this game. It's just insane. They missed so many calls. They ruined the flow of the game. We could look at Tyrese Maxey, who went 8 of 23 tonight and was pretty bad for most of this game. We could look at Andre Drummond, who, although he had 14 boards, could not box out in the most important times in the game. We could look at the lack of scoring in the second half. They have a good third quarter. They disappear in the fourth. We can look at all that. We can look at everything else. The fact of the matter is the 76ers cannot defend anything. They are a really bad defensive team at their core. And you may say, well, they were missing Paul George and Joel Embiid. Well, that's the main point here. The 76ers are not going to win many games at all when their 2 max players are not on the floor. So we could talk about everything that happened tonight. In reality, it doesn't matter. And what really grinds my gears tonight is before this game, they ask Nick Nurse about Joel Embiid and this reported shin soreness. And he says, if this was a playoff game, Joel would be out there tonight. Well, you know what, Sixers? You might want to start looking at these games as potential playoff games, because the more you lose and the more the other teams around you win, who actually did something to improve at the trade deadline, you're going to keep falling in the standings. I don't think you can afford to lose that many more games in a row. 3 in a row now. You're now 30 and 25. You're dropping in the standings, and there's only 27 games left. So at this point, the Sixers need a reality check, and that is, if they're not going to get their guys on the floor, then this season will be doomed. Does that make sense? That's as simple as I can put it for you. We can talk about everything that happened tonight. Things that drove me up a wall. But does it matter? No, not really. Not really. This team's driving me nuts. And you know what else, man? The 76ers have now lost 4 of the last 5 games since the trade deadline. So call it what you want. Getting rid of a guy that everybody liked ruined the momentum and the vibes. They were on a 5-game win streak at that point. Now they've lost 4 out of 5. Now Joel Embiid has sat out the last 3 games. It just messed up the momentum, man. You don't want to see that. This season was starting to look very promising. And yeah, there was a lot of risk factor in it, but your superstar came out and he said, look, can y'all upgrade the team for me, man? I really want to make a push here. I'm playing at a high level. Tyrese Maxey's playing at a high level. We don't want to burn anybody out. We want to add to this team. And the owner, because of financial reasons, came out and he traded away a young 20-year-old with potential and did not get anybody back. And everybody over the weekend tried to tell me that Cameron Payne and Tyrese Martin were going to solve all the issues. I mean, let's be real, man. They traded away Jared McCain and they got nothing back that was suitable, and they're trying to patch up the holes in a team where you feel like they could actually make a push in the Eastern Conference, where you feel like there's a wide open landscape. They did not take advantage of the opportunity, and now we're seeing the impacts of it already. The season's not over yet, but they have to do a lot of work now to keep climbing uphill, and it's going to be tough when Paul George is still out for the next 17 games and Joel Embiid's dealing with a bunch of soreness. Now, again, there's been a lot of conversation this year. I mean, even Drew Hanlon said it in a podcast episode that came out yesterday with Kevin O'Connor. He said, look, this is a different season for Joel because if he's not 100%, he's not going to push it all the way. He's not going to play. Okay, fine. But how many games can the Sixers afford him to miss? And what really drives me nuts is that the team has really looked good with Paul George and Joel Embiid on the floor. It all comes down to the one main question. Will they be healthy? Will they be on the floor? And right now, who knows? So we could talk about this game. We will. But that's my takeaway. That's my takeaway. Ladies and gentlemen, what are your takeaways from this game? What are your takeaways from this game? Number one as well. Let's talk about this game real quick, okay? The 76ers do not play any on-ball defense. They are constantly out of place. They miscommunicate. And they just have too many defensive lapses the entire first half. Well, let's start with the first quarter. VJ Edgecombe comes out on fire. 11 in the first. Hits a buzzer beater 3. He's cooking. We've been talking lately about the Sixers need to give VJ the rock. Let him be the guy. Let him step up. Let him find space on the floor. Let him operate in the open court. After the first quarter, VJ Edgecombe barely touched the ball in the second. Yeah, he got in foul trouble. I get it. They didn't run any plays for him. Then you have Quentin Grimes, who starts heating up. Quentin Grimes finishes this game with 14 points. But in the first quarter, the first 2 quarters, really, I believe it was the second quarter where he really started to get going. He had 3 threes. And in the second quarter, he had 9 points. You don't see Quentin Grimes really touch the ball that much the rest of the game. So beyond Maxey and Grimes and Edgecombe, right? They all went, Edgecombe and Grimes went quiet after the first 2 quarters. Then you have Maxey, who was shooting very badly at halftime. I believe he was, 4 of 13 at halftime. You're thinking, oh, this is a Maxey stinker. But here he comes in the third quarter, and he drops 11 in the third. And then he has to go to the bench because he plays the entire third quarter. I thought the lineups, once again, were mismanaged. You saw lineups of Jabari Walker and Trendon Watford and Adem Bona and Quentin Grimes. And, I get it. Look, I'm not trying to pin this on Nurse entirely, but you got to be better. Isn't that the point of coaches who, let's say, come into a game with their team undermanned? Let's say a coach comes into a game, even Doc Rivers did this, and all your stars are out, right? Isn't that your job as a coach to get really creative? I mean, look at some of the other coaches around the league. Look at college coaches, right? They get creative. They run their own system. They implement this. Sometimes watching the Sixers, I feel like Nick Nurse is checked out mentally because I've seen him do a lot of creative things. in the past, even with the Sixers a couple years ago. And ever since these guys went out and the stars aren't playing, it feels like Nurse kind of just checks out mentally sometimes. And there's just no rhyme or reason. But anyway, the Sixers actually win a third quarter, which is nuts. They were down, 7 at halftime? And they actually win the third quarter. And they go to the fourth quarter in a tight game. And you're thinking, man, Sixers might be able to win this game. I think it was a 4-point game going into the fourth quarter. And as we're watching the game, as I'm commentating it, like I keep coming back to this revelation in my brain where it's like, they just don't have enough on the floor right now. When Joel Embiid does not play, and when Paul George can't play because of a suspension, they just don't have enough. Simple as that. Tyrese Maxey in the second quarter, I believe it was just really, really bad. This was like the first time I look at Maxey, and again, he's coming off the All-Star weekend, 3-point shootout. This is why I said I actually didn't want Maxey to play in the All-Star game because his body so desperately needed a rest that I felt like he honestly needed a week off of not doing anything. And when you're in All-Star weekend, not only is it the game and the 3-point shootout, you're doing all this media stuff, you're going around, you're hanging out with people, you just don't really get to rest. And Tyrese Maxey came into this game tonight, and he looked exactly like he looked leading into the All-Star break. Now, again, part of that is on him. He has to play better. But also, I don't give a damn what anybody says. Maxey, his body is cooked right now. Maxey is gassed. And I think it is a valid thing. The guy hasn't stopped playing. He plays 40 minutes every game. And when his two max co-stars are not on the floor, when the Sixers are not playing $100 million of salary, this is what it looks like. Tyrese Maxey did not play good tonight. I'm sorry. He had 28 points. He had a great third quarter. He came back in with 7 minutes to go, and he tried to be the guy, but there was just too many lapses tonight. In the second quarter, there was a stretch where he literally laid it up, and it looked like he was trying to draw a foul, and he kind of leans in, and then Okongwu kind of pulls away, and he tried to pass out of a layup, and then throws the ball to himself for a travel. That's just not Tyrese Maxey like. And then on the next possession, he drives and he lays it up off the bottom of the backboard. There was a play in the fourth where he puts it up, hits the side of the backboard. It's not very Tyrese Maxey like, and I think he's trying to overcompensate for his, for the lack of other players on the floor right now. He's trying to do way too much. He's playing inefficient basketball every game. He's getting blown by on the defensive end. And he's all over the place, man. So you can kind of pin it to whoever you want. It's unfortunate that Maxey has to deal with this, a lot of the games. But that's kind of how it looks right now. He had 28 tonight. He tried to leave it all out on the floor. Only had 3 assists. Only had 3 rebounds. A lot of people say Tyrese Maxey's not a point guard and that he's more naturally suited as a 2 guard. I think we're seeing a lot of that recently. Early in the year, Maxey was having these games where he would drop 8 dimes, 10 dimes, no turnovers. But again, I think he's trying to do too much right now. Way too much. And once again, when I go back to Nick Nurse, it's like you got to get VJ Edgecombe involved. You got to get him bunches of touches. Same with Grimes. Grimes was on a heater. And late in this game, especially in the fourth quarter, so many ISO after ISO after ISO. You're telling me with a minute left in the game, down by 7, your best play is a Tyrese Maxey ISO step back 3. You got Grimes in the left corner, VJ in the left wing, Drummond in the right corner, and Oubre on the right wing. And nobody moves. How many times this year have we talked about The Sixers lacking creativity in the final minutes of a fourth quarter. How many times have we talked about it? I feel like I'm a broken record. I say it every single game. And you're telling me after that, the next final play is a Grimes ISO step back three or a VJ ISO step back three. How do you not call any plays? The Sixers called one play in the fourth quarter. I actually pointed it out with 3.5 minutes to go. And it looked like a pin down. Someone rolled up top and Maxey got stuck on the first defender. He dished it over to Grimes and Grimes shot a three. Like good basketball design. And you're supposed to have like multiple guys running around to set screens to, get somebody open, like just to deceive the defense a little bit. And when I watch the Sixers, like sometimes they just have no creativity at all. Is that Nick Nurse who just doesn't run an offense? Like, it's just very annoying, man. There was a spark of minutes in the third quarter where Jabari Walker, made a couple big defensive plays despite being in foul trouble. You thought, okay, this game might turn on its head here. Walker, a couple big steals, pushes it up the floor. Maxey, full head of steam, bucket. Maxey had a big left-handed dunk early in this game. I keep coming back to this was such a winnable game. And I want to talk about the referees as well. Before I do that, one quick thing. In the fourth quarter of a game, because there was no offense being generated at all, it resulted obviously in a lot of free throws, but they got Kelly Oubre going downhill to the bucket. He's throwing the ball away. Terrible turnovers. Drummond gets the ball. He doesn't know what to do with it. Barlow, this was a very ineffective Barlow game. Very rare, but he did not do anything in this game. And then you play Cameron Payne for 10 minutes. He doesn't even make a shot. So yeah, I was excited to see the legend Terry Johnson back on the team. And I thought Cameron Payne was actually moving the ball well. He did have 5 dimes, so I want to give him credit for that. I thought Cameron Payne actually brought an element of playmaking that has not been there off the bench. But he couldn't hit a shot. You play him for 10 random minutes, couple different iterations. Then you play Bona for 20 minutes. And this is going to sound like I'm trying to pick on Adem Bona. I promise I'm not. But the fact of the matter is Bona does not have any offensive game. Adem Bona's game is every game he gets like 2 monster blocks. Tonight it was 4. He was great with the highlight plays. But the rest of the game downplays the 4 blocks because he's constantly out of position defensively. He can't do anything offensively other than rim run and throw down monster alley-oops. It felt like the Sixers offense generated in the second quarter alone was just fast breaks, beating the team down the floor, quick layups. And the Hawks were doing it to the Sixers better than they were doing it to them. Let's look at a stat in this game. The Atlanta Hawks in this game total had 25 fast break points, and they had 27 second chance points. And they out-rebounded you. And again, they did all the little things well. The Sixers typically don't turn it over that much. They had 15 turnovers tonight. The Atlanta Hawks just beat you almost in every category. They moved the ball better. But I want to talk about the referees because, my gosh, man. There was a game a couple weeks ago, and I forget who it was against. I think it was the Phoenix Suns. And I said that was maybe the worst officiated game I've ever seen in my entire life. There was, I believe, 48 fouls in that game. Well, I look at the game tonight, and there was 50 total fouls. This is a game where I can absolutely complain about the officiating. There was no flow or momentum at all in this game, and I'm not going to go through every call. But going back to the fourth quarter, Jalen Johnson goes up for a layup. He comes down. He definitely walked. The ball was hit a little bit. Still came down with it. They don't call it travel. On the next possession, I think it was the next possession, guy goes up at the rim, Jalen Johnson again, accelerates, Tyrese Maxey, Andre Drummond, both jump up. Maxey gets 80% of the ball, 15, 20% of the wrist, or a couple fingers. They initially call the foul on Andre Drummond. So the 76ers challenge. And the ref comes out all excited. The Sixers have won the challenge. It is successful. Keep in mind, this is a crucial point of the ballgame. And then he says, oh, by the way, just to switch the foul onto Tyrese Maxey, so it's still 2 free throws for Jalen Johnson. But Jalen Johnson got a technical, so now Maxey gets to shoot a free throw. First of all, that was pointless. Like, why would you win a challenge to have a foul switched onto a different player? I don't understand that. But that was just one example of how such a ticky-tacky call gets called in favor of the Atlanta Hawks. And I thought the refs were bad on both sides tonight. But every quarter, man, you couldn't have any flow in this game. You couldn't just have a couple minutes where you're just hooping, man. Every play was a foul. Let's look at the foul totals. Edgecombe, 5. Walker, 5. Grimes, 5. Oubre, 3. Maxey, 2. Bona, 2. Like, everybody was in foul trouble. There was just so many calls. There was missed calls on both sides. This is one of those games where the NBA really has to look themselves in the mirror and think, was this a fun product to watch tonight? The answer is no. The answer is no. There's a lot more that I'm not remembering right now, but there was just so many bad calls, like a couple seconds on the shot clock, or, guys running out of bounds, tries to save the ball. They call a foul on a rebound. It really messed with the game tonight. It did. I mean, 50 total fouls in a game is wild. And the crazy part is that both teams could not hit their free throws when it mattered. The Sixers shot 81% at the line, 30 of 37. And the Hawks shot 77%, 31 of 40. If you make those free throws, this is a different game. So with the Hawks missing as many free throws as they did, you still were not able to capitalize. And that's why I say, when I look at this game in totality, the Hawks won by 10. It was close near the end, but it really wasn't close. The Sixers did not play a competitive ball game. The Hawks kept trying to keep them in it, and they would not take advantage of the opportunity. Last thing I'll say, man, I just don't get the minutes thing. Like tonight, right? Justin Edwards doesn't play. He was starting to play before the All-Star break, and he was actually hitting some shots. And he was actually looking kind of decent. They played Dalen Terry leading up to the All-Star break. Tonight they signed Campaign. They play him. They play Jabari Walker, who has not played recently. I don't understand this circle, this rotating circle of let's not play a guy for 5 games and then play him for 3. I don't understand what the point of that is. Give guys opportunities to get minutes, and when they're playing well, don't take them out. That's just a little note, but the Sixers got absolutely torched by Jalen Johnson. He had a bad first half, and just like every other game this year, he just comes out firing away. He had 10 in the second quarter. He had 6 in the third and 9 in the fourth. He was money. And then CJ McCollum, man, this is now 3 consecutive games where the Sixers leave a guy wide open off the bench and they get torched. A couple games ago, it was Tamani Kamara. Then it was Jose Alvarado with the 8 made threes before the All-Star break. And tonight it was CJ McCollum, who is a 13-year experienced vet. 23 points off the bench with 6 of 13 from the field and 3 of 5 from long range. and he just knocked down shot after shot. There was a couple more threes that were wide open and missed by Atlanta. The Sixers just maybe are not good defensively. They are not a good on-ball defensive team. They don't rotate the right way. They leave guys wide open. And it's really sad, man. When you think about the defensive talent that is on this team, when you think about Nick Nurse, the way he coaches, like, you just have to be better, man. Not having Joel Embiid and Paul George in this game should not drastically impact the game the way it did. I just don't understand. Like, why do you not guard these guys, man? Why do you not play defense? Alexander Walker, 14 points. Dyson Daniels had 15. Look at the rebound numbers. Okongwu, 9 boards. Johnson, 10. Rizachet, 7. Daniels, 7. Landale, 7. Like, they all just contribute. So, anyway, man, I look at all that and I say all that just to say they just have to be better. They just have to be better, man. I don't think there's one answer for this game other than the Sixers need their guys out on the floor. They need their guys to play basketball. And when they don't, you know, maybe the beginning of the season was just kind of like a honeymoon run. And maybe they got used to playing the way they did. There was a quote going into the All-Star break where Tyrese Maxey said, you know, it's very hard to get a rhythm because one day we're playing this way, the other day we're playing a completely different basketball game without Joel Embiid. So I would advise, again, the Sixers to treat this like the playoffs because we'll look at the standings in a bit. But you are starting now to get to the point where you can't afford to lose that many more games. Just can't do it. So it's just kind of the method and the it's kind of just whatever the word I'm looking for, you know, the pattern, I guess, of this season. And they had finally went 8 games above 500, and I finally thought, okay, they have turned the corner. They've won 5 in a row, but now they've lost 4 out of the last 5 after the trade deadline. So that is where we are at. We will talk about all of it. I think we'll take a couple phone calls, so call in, get your points in, and we'll go rapid fire on the phones. Load in on the Discord right now. Before we do that, got to give a last shout out to our partners of the show over at Sleeper. Ladies and gentlemen, shout out to Sleeper. Sign up on the app, download, and use our code PhillyTake at a 100% deposit match up to $100 over on the Sleeper app. We make our picks every single game. You can do the same. Choose anywhere from 2 to 8 of your favorite players on the Sleeper app. All you have to do is pick the overs or the unders. It's a lot of fun. Game with inside a game. Here's what we had tonight. We had Tyrese Maxey over 30.5 points, and he goes for 28. So Tyrese Maxey falls just short. We had Don Barlow over 5.5 boards. I must have jinxed him as well because he had a very bad night. Only 3 rebounds for Dominic Barlow against his former team. VJ Edgecombe, we had over 1.5 threes. He ends up dropping 3 tonight. So that was a good pick. And then Jalen Johnson under 22.5. Very bad pick as the guy goes for 32. Almost dropped a triple-double against this Sixers team. And for the third time this year, just absolutely had his way against the 76ers. So we went 104 tonight, got to bounce back. But once again, you can make your picks with us every single game. Download the Sleeper app. Sign up, use code PhillyTake, get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $100 over on the Sleeper app. Terms and conditions apply. See Sleeper's terms of use for details. Operational in over 25 states. Please gamble responsibly. All right, man. I think it is time to get a couple other voices in here. We'll see what people have to say about this team after their 3rd consecutive loss. Where do they go from here? What do they have to do? I don't know, man. It's just a gutting loss. And I just hate watching this team when they're not fully healthy. It almost feels pointless. All right, let's go to the Discord. Let's get our guy exclusive on the Discord. Exclusive. What's going on, man? Exclusive.
Hey, RB, can you hear me?
Got you loud and clear, man. What's up?
Yeah. I think you covered a lot. Like once again, you covered I guess what I was gonna say for the most part here. But
Tell me
I
what you're
think
seeing, man. Tell me what you're seeing though.
yeah, what I'm seeing, so I actually I wasn't able to watch the fourth quarter, but up through the third quarter, I saw pretty much similar to what you said as far as like defense rotations and stuff like that. I do think that's one thing that definitely stands out game after game, and some of the games that we played recently is that some of the rotations aren't necessarily as good as they should be, and like you said, the on-ball defense. I was actually gonna mention that as well. Like there's at times we're just too easy to get by, right? I mean, you have a team full of players on the other side. They're these guys are pros, right? At the end of the day, but if you really dive into like the Atlanta Hawks, for example, you can assume a lot of those guys are defense-oriented players, right? So when you look at it from a standpoint of them coming to play us, they're on the road, right? I just feel like at the end of the day, if you're looking at how many points they scored, and I say 1 by 10, right? At that point, you have to look at the defense. I feel like at that point, right? At the end of the day, if you're not making the right rotations, if you're not being technical about boxing out, crashing the glass, like those kind of things could happen. You find yourself in a position where you're making the game a bit harder for yourself. And, you mentioned guys being out, players being out. And I think ultimately when you're not compensating with the defense, you think about, you said Maxi's doing a lot, I just feel like at the same time, it doesn't make it any easier if, you're not holding up on the defensive end. So that's for him to produce offense and stuff like that. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's a tough spot to be in, right? Like the guys on the floor have to be better. They should not look like this when 1 or 2 players are out. Like you think about other teams, even teams that the Sixers have played against this year that have been down a player, they should not look like this. But at the same time, it's like, how would they look if Joel and PG were still on the floor every game? I mean, they were starting to really mesh. They were looking like a solidified core, and then they just kind of get ripped out from under your feet. And now you're back to asking Maxey to do everything 100%. And I just think for me, it shows how much he did at the beginning of the season when those guys were not on the floor.
Yeah. Yeah. And you think about I guess what was going on last year with us too. He's in a position where he's kind of on the floor as far as like our big three goes by himself.
Right.
So,
and look, man, I think that Maxey, like I definitely think he has to play better, like 100%. Mm-hmm. But I don't know, man. It's just like, I feel like he's burnt out, and I feel like we have 27 games left and he's playing 40 minutes every game. And that's why I wanted them to upgrade the team at the trade deadline, not subtract.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, I just think, it's that, and then it's all a domino effect, all of it. You talk about the intentionality, the ability to, make those rotations, being there for one another in that instance and that sequence there. I think ultimately it's one of those things where, sorry, I'm cooking something in the background there. But I think it's one of those things at the end of the day, if defensively, if you're not making the shifts, if you're not in position, if you're not being intentional about crashing the glass, boxing out, doing certain things, it's all of it all together. It just creates a massive mess, So,
100%, man. Yeah. It's a fundamental thing, it's a fundamental thing. And I feel like we've talked about it all season long, and I don't feel like they're really adjusting it at all. Personally.
Yeah. So, I'm hoping we can, find something here, and pick it back up. Like you said, we haven't really. You said 4. Was it 4 of the last 5? You said we haven't won or something like that.
Yep, 4 of the last 5 since the trade deadline.
Yeah, so hopefully we can figure that out later. Down the stretch here as things get more critical.
Hope so, man. Hey, appreciate the call, man. Thank you.
Hey, thanks again for having me.
Let's go, man. Shout out exclusive on the Discord. Great call. Here's a quote from VJ Edgecombe himself tonight after the game. Quote, "We miss Joel. It's that simple. He's a walking 30 points. He's a big presence. He requires so much gravity. So now all the attention is on Tyrese, and we have to make his job easier. Embiid missed his third straight game. So simply put, Tyrese Maxey before the All-Star break said we have trouble playing one way than playing the next, and we need Joel to be back, and we need rest, and this and that. And now VJ Edgecombe's literally calling it out as well. He said, we miss Joel. It's that simple. We need a 30 walking buckets back on the floor. So this should be a cry to Nick Nurse, to Daryl Morey. The rest of the organization can't afford to lose this many more games and not play Joel Embiid. Simple as that. Cool J's up next on the Discord. Cool J, unmute your mic. Cool J on the Discord.
Yo, RB.
What's up, Cool J?
Honestly, I got good exclusive. Like, these are games that you can't afford to lose without Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid has to come back on the floor. You have, and of course, and even we looked at the quote from BJ, and he did. And it's really obvious. Like you stay straight and set in stone, and you can't keep losing games because now we're at the point now that all these games matter. So it doesn't make sense to not have Joel Embiid on the floor.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to have Joel back, man. I mean, he's an anchor. He does so much for this team, and they're just not the same team without him. Simple as that, especially with the way they've molded their offense now with him back. It's like taking him away. It feels like the old Sixers years ago where they just couldn't do anything at all without him on the floor.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the results. They only shot 38% from the field goal range, 33% from three. Like you can tell that you need that kind of his offense to try and spark that back because you can't really win games with that kind of percentages. So
yeah, it's ugly, man. It really is. I mean, you got blown out by 30 against the Blazers. You were down 40 against the Knicks, and tonight they only lost by 10, but they did not play well tonight.
The chemistry was not there.
No,
like they kept passing the ball. Then when you took any shots, Maxey was just not playing well. Barlow was uncharacteristic. Like the campaign that we literally signed for, he didn't do much.
Mm-hmm.
So, like you gotta start, trying to figure this stuff up, figure out now. Hopefully try and figure something out because so far we pretty much been digging the bottom of the barrel.
Absolutely, man. Cool J, got anything else for me, man?
I mean, we'll see what happens next couple of games, but I mean, it's a wake up call now. You get Joel Embiid back because this is not looking really good.
Absolutely, man. Cool J, appreciate the call, man. Thank you.
Let me in.
Shout out Cool J on the Discord. Two good callers right there. I think they summed it up pretty well, and I don't think I have anything else left to say about this game. We will assign the player of the game, though, as we always do. And similar to what we said earlier this year, in an Atlanta team without Trae Young, right? Last game when the Sixers played Atlanta, it was the night Trae got traded, and that was right after we finished the show, actually. And we talked about how Jalen Johnson is kind of emerging to be that guy that they want to build around, that they want to formulate, the next iteration of their team with. And I watched Jalen Johnson. I'm like, he's missing a couple wide open floaters. He's missing a couple open threes. But you look up at the end of the game, and although he was 9 of 22, yeah, he got helped at the free throw line tonight. 32, 10, and 5, 3 steals. I mean, can't argue with it, They said he has 10 triple doubles? Second most in the NBA. So, yeah, Jalen Johnson is a really good player. He is worth every penny of the contract they gave him. And the Hawks also did not even play a lot of the new faces that they acquired at the deadline. The Buddy Hields, Kuminga was out tonight, Gabe Vincent. And they still beat the Sixers. And that should show you kind of where the roster's at right now. But yeah, Jalen Johnson for me gets the player of the game. And he, he did his thing again and he carried them to another win. So Sixers have some soul searching to do right now. Earlier this year, Joel would not play, Paul George would not play, and Maxey and VJ really led the show. And it's not happening anymore. I think, one, because they've really molded their identity to be close to, Joel Embiid and the way he likes to play the game. And like, they've really centered themselves around that. But I think the other thing, again, is Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edgecombe have played a lot of minutes this year. They've logged a lot of minutes. And I think their bodies are kind of just giving out right now. So Sixers need their guys back on the floor. We'll see what it looks like in the back-to-back coming up. Hopefully Joel Embiid can play at least one of those games, but we'll just have to wait and see. But that is what we got tonight, man. It is the 76ers post-game live show right here on Philly Take with RB. And we do it every single game. Pre-game, live game, post-game. We break it all down. We give you all the coverage, man. It is presented by Sleeper. Shout out to the members, the mods, the community. Y'all are the best. We get through it together. Tough way to go down, man. They got to pick it up. They have to do their thing, and they have to get a win on Saturday night. Sixers fall to 30-25 on the season. 27 games left. Can they pick it up? We'll see. Enjoy the rest of your night. Catch y'all on the next one, man. Peace.